Big news coming out of the NBA today. They've announced a change to the All-Star game, and it begins in 2025. This season's format is a 4-team, 3-game, one-night tournament. 3 teams of 8 All-Stars apiece, the 4th team being the winner of the Rising Stars Challenge for first- and second-year players. Winning team in all games will be the first to score 40 points. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones said today, nobody's ever uttered the words trading Micah Parsons.
SportsCenter is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the 3rd time in 7 seasons. The San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix.
Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, everybody.
Is it?
It was.
It was?
It was.
You know what? Today is a great day for a variety of reasons.
Why is that?
It's a great day for a variety of reasons. It's a good day.
Well, yes, absolutely. It's a great day. Wonderful day. Very happy about it, and things are good.
Yes, they are.
Yes.
Unless you're a fan of the old All-Star format.
Yeah, that just came down. That it was official. The NBA announces that. If you heard SportsCenter, new format to the NBA All-Star game. And look.
You're going to hate it?
Well, no.
You're going to hate it?
I don't hate it. At least they're trying something. That game has been the most boring damn basketball game in the history of boring damn basketball games.
Mm-hmm. Adam Silver wants a more competitive All-Star event for some time. He's wanted the change, and this change comes after the teams combined to score a record 397 points in last year's game in Indianapolis.
It's unbelievable. I mean, all of that needs to change. This is at least a tournament where – and I like it. First team to 40 points wins. It's like playing in your backyard or, your driveway.
At the gym, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so they could have just did 21. Let's play 21. Remember doing that?
Could have done that,
right.
Yeah, but it'd be over really quick.
Well,
they got to fill the time.
give us more of these little round-robin games. I mean, this is a change that I think most people like. All right, it's still an exhibition. We'll see if it's better. Because tonight, the other big change they made, trying to get us to care about basketball before Christmas, is the Cup Championship, which a trophy will be won tonight.
Wow. And it won't be the Lakers.
It won't be the Lakers. We will have a new Cup champion.
I'm so excited. I can't stand it.
I'm trying to think. How do I say this nicely? If it were just a Tuesday matchup on a normal-looking court in either Milwaukee or Oklahoma City, this would be a game tonight that I'd be excited to go home and watch. And I say excited, I'd go home and I'd put it on, although typically Tuesday and Wednesday, Joanna has a little bit more control of the television. I get the other nights of the week for football.
And that's understandable. I get that.
So, that said, a Milwaukee-Oklahoma City matchup is an exciting matchup. That is a matchup that a random Tuesday, but you put it in Vegas and you put a trophy on the line, and people like you will crap all over it.
I don't care. I mean, and being that it's for a so-called championship makes no difference.
In-season tournament.
It makes absolutely no difference to me. And I don't know, maybe everybody that's listening feels differently than I do. But, I mean, it's like you're right. It's a NBA regular season game in December. And until the calendar turns into January and most likely February, the NBA takes a back seat. It just does for most people. Some people, it's different. But for most people, that's the way that it goes.
The NBA has told me forever the season starts on Christmas Day.
That's exactly right.
I'll pay attention to the Spurs, but I'm with you. I typically don't watch a lot of NBA basketball during football season. I just don't. Tonight, depending on what we decide to watch, whether there's a new episode of Landman I can get caught up on or Penguin. There's another show we started watching. But that game will be on the second TV. I won't watch with sound, but I'll keep up with it. Because I do think tonight would be tonight could actually end up being a finals preview, too, in June.
Well,
I like Oklahoma City.
It could be. I love Oklahoma City. I love them. Best in the West, for sure. Milwaukee, I'm not sure about. I mean, they got off to a really slow start. They've started playing better as of late, but still got those Beantowners you got to worry about.
Yeah, they're good.
They're pretty good.
They're pretty good.
But it is for tournament. I just want to see if either OKC or Milwaukee hangs a banner after this, and if they're going to be cheese balls like the Lakers were.
I kind of hope everybody's learned. Although I will say this: if you're Oklahoma City, now think this through. But if you're Oklahoma City and you've never won a damn thing, and you want to win things, like I get a feeling Oklahoma City fans and those young players want to go win this thing. And I could see Oklahoma City hanging a banner because they've never won anything. Milwaukee has recently won an NBA championship. So I think I would kind of poop all over Milwaukee for doing what the Lakers did. But Oklahoma, I kind of feel like, well, of course they're going to do that.
Hey, if it makes them happy, let them do it.
They'll sell T-shirts in Oklahoma City.
It's ridiculous, but whatever. And Spurs would probably do the same thing here. Although I would hope not. With all the relevant banners that are hanging inside the Frost Bank Center, I would hope they wouldn't dilute that with some in-season tournament. I mean, that would just kind of degrade everything that's already in there.
Degrade
you
everything. Win something, you put it up.
Please, dude.
Let's
don't have this.
Now, is it the team's option? Or is the league in trying to make this thing valuable? This idea is to try to make us care about October, November, December basketball. That's what they are trying to do.
Did it work?
Not on you, but maybe hanging a banner is part of them trying to legitimize that this in-season tournament is real and winning it is special, and you want to celebrate it as such.
That's great, and I will answer your question. It hasn't helped because the NBA ratings are down tremendously right now.
Now, are the tournament games up, or is those just regular NBA games?
Well, they're regular season games. It doesn't matter. The NBA, as a rule, right now is down. The ratings are down, and it's understandable because they're competing against the NFL. And that's just the way that it is. I'm not saying that to be mean to the NBA. It's just a fact of life. It will pick up, though, and the NBA season has its relevant time. It will happen. But look, credit Adam Silver for having some imagination and trying to do something to compete against the NFL. But I don't really think this is it. I never know when the hell until I watch a game and know that it's a goofy-looking court, whether it's a tournament game or not. I mean, one day you're playing a tournament game, the next day you're not. Then the Spurs had 4 days off. They've got another 4 days off, and it's like, what the hell?
You know, it's really not that complicated.
Yeah, it really is.
And when you look at the schedule, it's designated tournament game. Mm-hmm. And then you get the fancy court.
Define fancy.
Not normal.
Okay, not normal.
That's
not
the
better.
usual. It's not the usual court. But there will be a championship tonight. I don't know what the traditions are in Oklahoma City. Of course, they've never won anything, so they don't have any. But they do copy a lot of what happens in San Antonio. So, you know, they've copied our Riverwalk and other type things. Whatever their version of commerce is, will they go honking tonight in downtown OKC?
Well, they might. Now, the players are going to be happy. They each get $500,000 each, the winning team. So they get a little bonus. So for them, you know, it's a good thing. Little spending money for the summertime.
Not Christmas?
Or Christmas.
I mean, Christmas is just a couple of days away.
It really is.
At some point, we've got to start shopping.
Week from tomorrow. That's crazy.
Have you done your shopping yet?
Some of it.
Really?
I have, yeah. Some of it. I'm typically, though, one of those people that is running around the mall on Christmas Eve.
That's
it's kind of a tradition.
Wait till the last minute.
I'm a traditional guy.
Do all your shopping at the convenience store.
I won't do that.
I have.
Luckily for me, most of the malls, Lock and Terra and they're open on Christmas Eve till usually 5 or 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So
I will probably do it Monday. My kid gets in on Friday.
Uh-huh.
Probably won't do a lot of that over the weekend because there's football, but Monday because I'm off all next week.
There's playoff football this weekend.
Oh, in college?
Yes.
Yes.
Playoff football beginning Friday night.
I know.
That's awesome.
It's going to be wild.
Yes. Texas-Clemson game's at 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon.
Which is perfect.
It really is.
Because I'm going to the Spurs game Saturday night.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Well, my kid's in town. She wants to go to the Spurs game.
Well, nice. Who are they playing?
Portland.
Oh boy. Oh, boy. Portland, huh?
Wow. All right, Scooby.
Yeah. Woo!
It's the only game. She's here for a week. That's the only game they have.
Okay.
While she's here.
Well, that's great.
And she wants to go to a game, so we're going to a game.
That's awesome. I'll be watching Tennessee and Ohio State Saturday night.
Yeah. You make plans, and then you buy tickets, and then you go, oh, crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that might be the game of the weekend, honestly.
Well, I mean, don't discount that Texas-Clemson game.
Well, you know what? Funny you say that because I was watching a program today. Well, was it Sam Acho that does his little preview?
Yeah.
See, watch out for those Clemson defensive backs.
Sure.
Yeah, Quinn Ewers.
I mean,
be careful. Another 3-interception day for Quinn.
Oh, stop.
I'm just saying it could very well be. Could very well be.
It could be, but not likely.
Don't know.
I have no idea.
Those DBs are pretty good for Clemson.
You learned about them 8 minutes ago.
I did.
Now you're an expert.
I had no idea that they were that good.
Uh-huh.
I don't follow Clemson football much.
Mm-hmm.
Although that quarterback, what is it, Lukenbill?
What?
What's the Clemson quarterback's name?
Cade Klubnik?
That guy.
Yeah, from Austin Westlake?
Yes.
Yeah.
He already owns Quinn Ewers.
He beat him in a state championship game.
So he owns him.
Remember talking to Cade at the All-American Bowl a couple years ago about leaving the great state of Texas.
Did he go to Clemson straight? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Now, I hope it's a good game. It shouldn't be. Texas ought to dominate Clemson because they ought to be able to run the football against them. So we'll see what happens. But I fully expect Texas to win that thing by double digits. I think they're 11.5-point favorite.
They'll rock and roll.
They should.
And then set up that big matchup with Arizona State.
Unless
here we go.
Quinn is generous with the football. That's the only issue. So we'll see what happens.
Now we can do this, Edwin?
Here we go!
Turn everything on before the show starts instead of during?
I didn't want to have push something during the break while, that goes over the air.
Okay.
That's reasonable.
Just turn it on, leave it on.
Tolo.
Yes.
Tolo. I like that. Edwin came up with a new one. There's a FOMO. Now there's a Tolo.
That's from the Fan.
Yeah, he stole that from 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. It's what they call their P1s.
I'll take credit for it.
Okay, good. Well, you should have. You should have never said a word. And just said, well, Edwin came up with it. I was going to give you all the credit, Edwin. Yeah, you're welcome.
At UTA, that was what I came up with.
You're welcome.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he came up that one in college.
All right.
Although it was about turning off lights in the dorm room. Turn it on, leave it on. I mean, it's better. He doesn't like it when it's dark.
Yeah.
Speaking of 105.3 The Fan, it certainly sounds like Jerry is thinking about running it back with both Mike McCarthy and Mike Zimmer. It's laughable. Let's talk about it coming up here on the Blitz on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. When you need an electrician, you know Hill Electric is available for both residential and commercial needs. Speaking of turn it on, leave it on, I know I've used Hill Electric for a variety of projects at my house through the years. They do fantastic work and have for over 3 decades. The family-owned Hill Electric has served San Antonio homes and businesses And what's great about Hill Electric, whether it's at your house or a commercial project, they've got the right service at the right price. Never a service charge, always free estimates. So it costs you absolutely nothing to figure out what it will take to get a project done. And you want the best of the best working at your house, especially when it comes to, electrical things. There's no company better than the family-owned Hill Electric. Call them 210-404-9074, 404-9074, or hill-electric.com.
South Texas College Football Headquarters is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
And the most wonderful time of the year for fans. Bowl season is no exception. The biggest and best matchups this bowl season are brought to you by Ewald Kubota and the Break Room Bar. Hear them all on South Texas' first and only FM sports station. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
You know the Roo Pub has proven to be the best place to watch any big game with those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around. Football, basketball, all the fights. And when you show up at the Roo Pub, show up hungry. The food is fantastic. Open daily at 11. Great for lunch, great for dinner, great for late at night, and certainly the best place to watch the game. Just down from the big blind, the Roo Pub, right next to the Angry Elephant. 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo. When you are just craving something salty and packs a crunch, Southern Recipe Pork Rinds is your crunch time decision. Game day just got a whole lot crunchier thanks to the powerhouse snack, Southern Recipe Pork Rinds. We're talking about crispy, golden bites of pure awesomeness. Pork rinds are your MVP snack. And get this, they're low carb and high in protein, so you can keep the energy high without the guilt. Don't settle for ordinary on game day. Grab yourself a bag of Southern Recipe Pork Rinds at H-E-B today.
Santa's coming to town and he's stopping at Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit in Selma. Stop by this Wednesday, December 18th, and let your 4-legged family member meet Santa and take pictures while you enjoy the cozy, caring boarding facilities. Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit in Selma, where pets are family.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
Hey guys, it's AJ from the Morning Huddle. Between us, when you hit a certain age, things start to feel a little off, right? You're tired all the time, your energy's low, maybe even your drive isn't what it used to be. And a lot of that comes down to testosterone, and trust me, it can happen to the best of us. That's where Game Day Men's Health comes in. They know how we feel, and they make it easy. Game Day Men's Health is over there on Bassey Road, across from the Quarry. Their office has a relaxed man cave vibe, and they've built a 3-step process that's quick and designed just for us. First, get your T-levels checked. Free testosterone test at their in-house lab. Then, you meet with a licensed provider to create a customized plan. And finally, you'll get those fast weekly treatments. After a month, you're going to notice a difference. More energy, better mood, and a kick in your libido. Don't settle. Be the best version of yourself. Call Game Day Men's Health, 210-900-3691. That's 210-900-3691. Feel better, be better at Game Day.
Not all pizza places are the same. Mellow Mushroom originated hand-tossed, stone-baked classic Southern pizza. Not in the mood for pizza? Order a calzone, hoagie, sandwich, burger, or a mellow salad and see how care goes into every item on the menu. Take your pick from 24 draft beers and or handcrafted cocktails. And many of the pizzas can be made gluten-free or vegan. Mellow Mushroom is at 1604 in Stone Oak Parkway. Hang with friends, watch the game, and mellow out at Mellow Mushroom.
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do...
Let's play something, Grandma.
...became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
1, 2, 3, go!
South Texas home of the Dallas Cowboys. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Sunday night at 7:20. The Cowboys take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at home.
Let's dominate today. I like this kind of party.
Pre-game starts at 6. Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds and Ewald Kubota.
This is all cooking. You asked for it, you got it. How about them Cowboys?
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. South Texas home of the Dallas Cowboys. It's the Blitz with Jason and Joe on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Tomorrow the Blitz is going to be live at Blue Bonnet Bunk and Biscuit Doggy Daycare.
Santa will be there.
Santa's going to be there.
That's right. We took pictures with Santa last night.
We did. We did. Different kind of Santa. So come hang out with us tomorrow at Blue Bonnet Bunk and Biscuit Doggy Daycare. It's on I-35 in Selma over there by Gilman Honda. We're going to have some prizes to give away. Got some of these replica World Series rings. We're going to bring one out there tomorrow to Blue Bonnet Bunk and Biscuit. I also saw that we've got some tickets to give away for the Navy All-American Bowl and San Antonio Sports All-Star football game. That also includes 4 Whataburgers. So
nice.
Get out there and we'll have some prizes and bring your what was the term yesterday? We learned pupper. Bring your puppers by and get your dog's
pupper
picture taken with Santa Claus.
Pupper.
We were at the Roo Pup Christmas party last night.
There
was a Santa Claus out there.
He was there.
He was there.
We got a nice photo.
Yes.
I gave him my list.
He said, I can't help you with all your winning bets. It's like the people that ask Santa for the lottery numbers.
Well, who the hell can help me then?
Well, there's no hope, no soap. It's end of the road for you, my friend.
Holy cow.
My goodness. You know, with the Dallas Cowboys playing good football, the idea that Mike McCarthy returning seems a lot more logical today than it did 4, 5, 6 weeks ago. Mike Zimmer, on the other hand, I'm thinking we're getting a new defensive coordinator. But listening to Jerry Jones today, the teacher in Jerry giving out very high grades for those two.
Well, in a way, I do. And especially after the last ball games. And but I think you're seeing the best of Mike Zimmer. And maybe, I shouldn't say that. You're beginning to see some of the best, but maybe the best is still ahead of us. But he's been real impressive now, putting that defense together with the attrition that we've had with availability with our players. So I give him that. Mike, I don't know how you cannot say that his team has shown that they'll handle adversity, and he can get you there with the injury situation impacting the availability of those players. I hate to keep repeating that, but it's so obvious. And yet have that team playing at the level it's playing. So, yeah, I give them both high grades this year.
High grades. Does that mean they will be back? And does he want to be back, Mike McCarthy or Mike Zimmer?
Can you get high grades and not get advanced to the next level? Since we're going with a teaching analogy, high grades means you advance, right?
So you're talking advancing into the playoffs?
Well, no, I mean advancing and you keep your job.
Oh,
right. Your grades are too low. We're going to kick you out of school. You don't have the GPA to stay. High grades. Why would we get rid of you? Now,
wouldn't it be nice if Jerry just came out, if that's what he wants? And you know what? Mike McCarthy, here's your extension. Here's your new contract, I should say, because there's no extension. It would just be a new contract. Mike Zimmer, here, we're going to sign you for 3 years.
Now, trying to be very serious.
Uh-huh.
With what you have seen from this Dallas Cowboys team this year, And you've got to look at the entire season, not just recent memory. Would Mike McCarthy deserve a new contract? Now, with Mike McCarthy, you could also look at his body of work since he's been head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. And you can make a case, yes. Mike Zimmer, when I look at the entirety, no. And quite frankly, they're getting turnovers, and they've been getting some turnovers lately. And I know the injuries have been a nightmare, especially on the defensive line. But in reality, what we've seen from Mike McCarthy is damn near as bad as what we saw with the dude that was what was his name? The defensive coordinator when McCarthy first got the job that Dan Quinn replaced. That guy was here for a year. He was god-awful.
Mike Nolan.
Mike Nolan. Thank you, Edwin. It's that bad. Lately, it's looking better. But when I look at the totality of it, I can't imagine Mike Zimmer coming back.
I can't either, to be honest with you. And I'm not sure I can see McCarthy coming back either. And if McCarthy does come back, wouldn't it be up to McCarthy to decide who his defensive coordinator is going to be?
Well,
I mean, seriously, that would just seem to be logical that would happen. And does he want Mike Zimmer back, or would he prefer to bring somebody else in?
Now, could you, just playing devil's advocate, with what we saw from the beginning of the year to what we're seeing now, do you give Mike Zimmer a lot of credit for that by getting these guys coached up and seemingly playing better football, or do you simply look at it and say, well, look at who they've been playing?
Well, I think that's a big part of it, and it'd be foolish to not say that. They're beating those teams, though, that they should beat. Now, the Washington win, you could say, was a signature win. The Cincinnati game that they lost, they should have won. They snatched defeat out of the hands of victory in that game. That was a game that they should have won. They played pretty well, but again, you got to look at Cincinnati's defense, not good. However, I will say the defense played well against a very high-powered offense with the Cincinnati Bengals, so I got to give them a little credit there. But then you've got Carolina, who is playing better football, but it's still Carolina.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Their best win of the season was Pittsburgh, which, again, the Cowboys win a game they shouldn't win, and they lose a game they shouldn't lose. How that team beat Pittsburgh is beyond me. But we said that the day after that game and all season long. I just, part of my frustration with Mike Zimmer is, and I know injuries are a big part of it, and I try to take that into consideration. I know Jerry certainly takes that into consideration. He always has, not faulting his coaching staff when injuries are a big reason why there's a failure. There's a difference between reasons and excuses. You look at all those injuries, those are valid reasons that you're not as successful. But when you think about the defenses that Dan Quinn had, Mike Zimmer didn't take over a bad defense that needed fixing, but he somehow made that defense bad and then fixed it.
But he's certainly getting better, and I think a big part of that is Micah Parsons is back.
Yeah.
But now, I mean, you haven't had D-Law for any time really this year. Trayvon Diggs, again, out for the year. You've had some injuries to that defensive backfield. So, and linebacker, quite frankly. So injuries have taken a toll, and that is a reason, not an excuse, but everybody's got to deal with that. Ask San Francisco. They got to deal with that too, and a lot of teams do. But the defense has been playing better for whatever reason, whether it's the level of competition or it's Mike Zimmer. So Jerry's going to have to decide that. But to me, if Mike McCarthy gets a new contract, if Mike Zimmer sticks around, to me it's got to be up to Mike McCarthy to make that decision.
You would think, although we know how the Cowboys run things. But McCarthy at least says all the right things, and the reality, you still got to wonder. For Mike McCarthy, who is free and clear after this year, does he want to be back in Dallas?
Does he want to be back?
Now, there's only 32 of these jobs. And we were talking to a guy on Friday who, in Ron Rivera, wants to be back in the coaching. Mike McCarthy sat out a year. You sometimes as a coach, you can't be picky. If you got a job, you keep it. Very few walk away on their own and say, yeah, I'm going to go sit out another year, especially if they've got gas in the tank and they want to go coach. Coaches want to coach. And we did the pre-interview for Jerry Jones, even though Ron Rivera didn't know that. And quite frankly, Jerry doesn't know that either. But
it might have gotten back to him by now.
It's possible because you look at like Ron Rivera, and we've met him a handful of times now, is an extremely nice guy and smart coach and was a hell of a football player back in the day with the Chicago Bears.
Yes.
And you think about what he did with Carolina and the established – I mean, you look at a Mike McCarthy, yes, he won a Super Bowl. Ron Rivera, Riverboat Ron, got to a Super Bowl, although they didn't win that thing with Cam Newton. But I know Ron Rivera doesn't and wouldn't excite the fan base, but he's a hell of a football coach.
He is. He'd be a great defensive coordinator.
But again, when we were talking to him, did you get the sense that he wanted to be a DC somewhere or he wants to be a head coach?
Well, I'm sure he wants to be a head coach. But you think about what you just said. I'm not sure Ron Rivera excites any fan base in the NFL.
Sure.
I mean, so if you're going to have to go by that, then you're barking up the wrong tree.
But I look at some of the coaches that do get hired. Then you go, another retread. Here we go. Right.
Well,
and when you hire a coach that has had a couple of jobs and it's always the retread hire. And there you see what I mean. If you're Jerry, are you worried about the fan base being excited about the hire, or are you looking for the best coach out there? And you look at the resume of Mike McCarthy and what he has done in his career, and you look at the available candidates out there, and and Troy Aikman was talking about this the other night during the broadcast. Who has a better resume than Mike McCarthy? If you're going to change to be better, that's tough to do. Unless you go with one of these unproven guys that don't have the resume, but they'll excite the fan base, although Ben Johnson seems to be off the table. But do you have somebody like that in mind, which is seemingly so against everything Jerry has done in wanting to have a head coach with head coaching experience in the National Football League?
Well, here's what I think. I think the biggest name out there, you mentioned one of them, Ben Johnson, the other's Mike Vrabel. And Mike Vrabel's a guy that's going to come in and hopefully for Vrabel, the ownership's going to have to give him an opportunity to change the culture of a locker room. So do the Cowboys have a bad culture? I don't think so. So Mike Vrabel wouldn't have to change much of that, but he is a defensive coach, so he'd have to bring in an offensive coordinator. And I'm not sure he would want the Cowboys job. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm not, but you got to take that into consideration. I think he ends up with the Chicago Bears, quite frankly. I think that's where Mike Vrabel is going to end up. He's got a quarterback already, a young quarterback who's got a lot of promise, and they've got some weapons there. So I think that's where Vrabel ends up. As far as Johnson goes, I mean, who knows? I'd like to see what the openings are. When you look at this thing, if Jacksonville is open, Ben Johnson in Jacksonville, maybe to work with a Trevor Lawrence might be just what they need. So it's going to be interesting to see what eventually all comes open. But at this moment in time, if somebody put a gun to my head, I'd have to say Mike McCarthy is going to be the coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
I agree.
And that's not going to excite the fan base either.
No, it's not. Although Mike McCarthy last year did nothing to warrant getting fired, but he also didn't really warrant getting an extension. This year, did he do enough to get an extension? No. But has he done enough to get fired? And who are you going to replace Mike McCarthy with that's better? And the reality is, knowing that, I know they've got to go through the interview process and do all the proper protocols that the NFL has when you're hiring a new head coach, but you know that the Cowboys front office has to be kicking tires on who's available and realistically who would be out there, because if they did change at head coach, that's also changing your offensive coordinator. And Jerry, as rich as he is a cheap SOB, and he doesn't have to pay an offensive coordinator play caller money because he's got that tied into Mike McCarthy.
He does.
And that will factor in.
But which is the most bizarre thing imaginable, he's got an offensive coordinator. It makes no sense.
Well, somebody sits in that office.
Somebody's got to sit there and drink coffee, I guess.
Well, no,
Yeah? What does Shoddy do?
What? I don't know.
Exactly. He has press conferences on Monday.
Well, I mean, he helps Mike McCarthy in the I have no idea what the guy does.
Of course not.
I mean, helps run practice on the offensive side when McCarthy is, I don't know, doing a press conference.
Sure.
But the play calling, that's Mike McCarthy's job.
You know, what's funny is I've seen it floated around several places that the Chicago Bears should trade for Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
That and that wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility to do that. And would Shanahan want to get the hell out of San Francisco? Interesting, because they're going to have to pay a quarterback. Whether they pay him over Dak Prescott or not remains to be seen.
Well, you saw the reports. Brock Purdy is looking for top-of-the-market money.
Of course he's looking for it. I would be looking for it, too. His agent's looking for it.
He's next.
But is he going to get paid that? At some point in time, the insanity's got to stop when it comes to quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the last insane owner to do that is, Jerry Jones.
What about the dude that gave Tua all that money? Or Trevor.
I totally agree with you.
I mean, again, they were the highest paid guys for, 15 minutes, but they did in the offseason early, so Dak's had it for the whole year until we get to the next signing period.
I will say those guys are a little bit younger than Dak, and this was their first deal. Dak's already had a giant deal, and at the time, he was the highest paid player in the NFL with his first contract.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the difference.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Brock Purdy, as much as I like Brock Purdy,
here we go.
I don't think anybody's going to pay that man $60+ million a year. I just don't see that happening. Now, maybe somebody will, but I just don't see it happening.
The offseason's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Last night's NFL games, not a lot of fun. They gave us 2 duds on Monday Night Football. We'll talk about that coming up. And did you hear Dan Campbell this morning? Whew. The reason why you're going to want to play for a guy like that. Man, I love Dan Campbell. We'll get into that coming up here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Let's first get into Stevens Roofing because I want to tell you about him. I'm just so anxious and proud to tell you about Stevens Roofing. Been talking about him for a long time. Proud to do so. Family-owned company, local company that's been in business for a long, long time here in San Antonio and South Texas. So they're doing it right. They have to be. And your roof covers your home. It covers your family. It covers everything that you hold dear. You need a reliable roofer you can trust. That reliable roofer is Stevens Roofing. Doesn't matter what kind of project that you have, whether it's a commercial project, you want a metal roof on your home, doesn't matter. Stevens Roofing can handle all of it. And guess what? They can even handle solar now. They have solar solutions that are tailored to your specific needs. And solar's a smart decision these days. In fact, they're increasingly affordable, solar panels are. They can save you money on your monthly utility bills. They often increase the value of your home, and there are even options to keep the lights on when the grid goes down. And there is a chance of that, according to reports in San Antonio and in Texas, come January and February when the weather turns colder. So you can take care of that and not have to worry about it if you give Stevens Roofing a call. So whether it's for roofing, whether it's for solar, doesn't make any difference. Call the local company that's been trusted for decades. Call Stevens Roofing, 210-785-0994. Stevens Roofing has your family covered. So call them, 210-785-0994.
The Morning Huddle.
I'm shooting a herd sheep. Rob went up and petted this goat and then shot it in the head with a pistol.
It wasn't quite like that. It wasn't like he was tied to a tree. No, it wasn't like that. It wasn't
He's like, hold on, let me take his collar off. Boom!
mind the fur. He's going to be a pillow.
The Morning Huddle with AJ and Rob. Weekday mornings 6 to 10. 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine is excited to announce a partnership that is revolutionizing access to care for orthopedic patients. The HURT app provides free 24/7 access to orthopedic expertise. HURT is the app to have before you need it. Don't wait for an injury to happen. Download HURT now for free, fast virtual access to orthopedic specialists. The HURT app is available online in the App Store and Google Play. Learn more about the HURT app and the OrthoNow Injury Clinic at TSAOG.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop D-O-double G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys when you switch.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double-G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us, plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that J.
With 24-month bill credits for eligible trade-ins and 4 new lines without auto pay. Well qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits or credit stop and balance on required finance agreement is due $999.99. Credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence requires iOS 18.1 or later.
Get out of jail fast by calling AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text bail to 474747 or online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else. Don't be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you one, make sure you understand the conditions before accepting it. AA Best Bail Bonds. Nobody beats their price. They have payment plans. Call 210-225-2121 or mybestbailbonds.com.
License number 149.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and that means limited time savings on the paint pros need. Right now, save $15 on 5-gallon pails of HGTV Home by Charean Williams All-Purpose Power Primer. Plus, get it delivered to your job site with free same-day delivery when you order by 2 p.m. Visit us in-store or online today, because Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 12/20. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but
Hafner running the show today. Thursday, the Blitz is going to be live at a Chicken and Pickle, I-10 and UTSA with our friends from Flight by Yingling. Holiday blowout party, tons of prizes from Flight by Yingling. Big old grand prize is going to be one of those solo stoves.
That's not.
Is your mic on?
I don't think so.
Edwin? Hey.
Yeah. Well, that's a good prize. Hey.
Hey.
Is this thing working?
Test 1, 2. 1, 2. That was December 12th.
Yes.
Yes. Mic test day. 12/12. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Yes. Well, we're working now, but I'm excited about the chicken and pickle on Thursday. That ought to be a lot of fun. And I don't know why they call this a blowout Christmas. I mean, Flight by Yingling, they give away great stuff every time we're there.
I know, but I think, we're going to have some ugly sweaters to give away.
All right.
Which are always very popular.
Sure.
There'll be, on the email, looked like some other winter gear because it's holiday time. So like beanies and gloves and scarves. And, those Solo Stove fire pits are freaking awesome. And we'll have other prizes, including a Texas Rangers World Series replica ring.
Nice.
See, we were, Ryan told me, so we got 3 more of these to give away. And I said, well, we'll take 1 tomorrow, 1 on Thursday, and we'll give away 1 later today on Instagram. So
nice.
That's what we're going to do.
Perfect. Sounds good to me.
Does that work for you?
Sure.
Cool.
Those are schwanky.
They are.
Yeah.
People at the event last night, guy, he probably doesn't remember or won't remember this today, if you know what I mean. But he got one of them World Series rings. Said, not on me, man. I'm trying to win one. Keep listening. Your chances there.
That's it. Oh, well, that's good. I kind of snuck out of there early last night, and I hear you closed the place down.
I did not close the place down.
No?
I did not.
Pretty damn close to it.
It was pretty close. I mean, they had an extra hour or so going.
All right.
I will say that last night, my wife saw, as we're waiting for Uber, Pledge. And Pledge was outside in front of Angry Elephant and Root Pub. And Joanna was like, Pledge, we'll drop you off on the way. We'll just have Uber take you there and then go home. And Pledge is like, no, I'm staying. He was determined to stay, or at least somebody else to go home with, if you know what I mean.
Was he stalking somebody?
I think he was, but he could barely see, let alone stand. And it was like, dude, it's time to go. It's time to go.
Well,
and I was like, dude, come on, man, you know, it's time to go. I was like, Pledge, it's time to go. No, man.
Have you heard from Pledge today?
No. No.
I hope he doesn't show up with a big, tire mark on his face again.
That was a rug burn.
Whatever.
Well, I mean, at that state, I like I said, and I don't know who he was waiting for or hoping for, or both, if you will. But
yeah.
We tried to get him to leave. I know he was Ubering, so it was like, all right, we'll leave you. There's
that's
no
good.
way. If I knew he had driven there, there's no way I would have left him. I'd have taken his keys or something. But yeah, he had a great time.
Well, that's good. He should have. He's on vacation.
Absolutely.
So he should have a good time.
Absolutely.
Good for him.
Dan Campbell's always a good time, even when he's a little surly. Dan Campbell forgot he was on live radio this morning doing his weekly radio show.
You think he forgot? I don't think so.
I mean, like, we've had Jason Garrett, and now we've got Mike McCarthy. And on every week, every Friday, Mike McCarthy on the Morning Huddle with Rob and AJ, brought to you by AA Bus Bail Bonds. And just one time, I wish you'd get something like this from Mike McCarthy.
You know what happens is, you win 11 in a row, and you lose, and then the sky falls. And I hate to say it, but we're not going to be able to win 11 in a row again for the rest of this season. We're just not going to be able to do it. And, what happens is you get used to eating filet, and I'm talking to all of us, and everything's good. Life's good, but you forgot what it was like when you had nothing and you ate your molded bread, and it was just fine, and it gave you everything you needed. And sometimes you got to get punched in the mouth and remember what it used to be like to really appreciate where you are. And we'll do that. And so we got a bad taste in our mouth. We got kicked around the other day. We lost a few guys. And you know what? It's exactly what we needed. This is exactly what we needed. So we're going to bounce back. We're going to respond. We got guys that are about to have an unbelievable opportunity here. and we will play the game any way needed to win. We still got a good offense. We got plenty of defensive players. I can go rattle them off right now. We're going to put the best 11 on the field. We're going to freaking cut it loose. We're going to play with our special teams. And I don't give a crap if we got to win by 1 point for the rest of the year. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to be happy about it. We come out of the game with 50 yards of total offense and we win by 1, you're going to see smiles on my face. I promise you. All right? If it's the other way defensively, we give up 700 yards and we win by 1 point, you're going to see a smile from my ear to ear. All right? I can promise you. So we're going to find a way and we're going to get it done.
You know what I love? First of all, how do you not love that guy? And how do you not just run through a wall for that guy? But you know what I love? I've watched and listened to several shows today, and every one of them are the Lions are done. They're history. They're done. I love that. And people forget that they've got one of the best offensives, if not the best offense in the National Football League. Not everybody's going to be Josh Allen. They're going to outscore most people, even if that defense gives up a lot of problems. To quit on the Detroit Lions because they've got a plethora of injuries defensively, I think is a fool's errand. You should not do that. Still a good football team.
They are. You wonder, though, if the injuries are just going to catch up to them. And you look at the loss of David Montgomery, and I don't know what's a bigger loss, the Lions losing him or those that had the prop of over on his total yards. Did you see this? One of the sites, his preseason projection was 775.5 yards.
Wow.
And he is at 775. You talk about a bad beat, and his season is over by half a yard.
Can he come out and roll?
Fall forward for one?
Oh, my gosh. That's horrible.
You wonder, though, if the injuries will catch up to him. And it's like Kansas City, or the injury is going to catch up to them. And you look at a Buffalo team. What was the bizarre stat? Buffalo is 2-0 against the Lions and the Chiefs, and everybody else is like 1-25 or whatever. I mean, you look at a team like Buffalo or some of the other juggernauts. You look at, you can't discount the Minnesota Vikings at this point.
No,
with their record,
not at all.
And so it's a tougher road for this Lions team. Where Philadelphia just imploded last year. Where they looked like about this time of year, they were just that juggernaut. They were just going to roll right in. This year, man, injuries, at some point it will cost you. And to win a Super Bowl, you have to be lucky and healthy.
Yeah, no doubt.
And, Kansas City's been lucky all year, but now they're not healthy. And if Patrick Mahomes does try to play on a bum ankle, they still have a leaky offensive line. He can't be a statue out there or he's going to get himself killed.
Well, I hope they let him sit for a little while. Although he had a press conference and said it, and I was proud of what he said. He basically said, "Look, if I feel like I'm going to hurt the team by playing, I won't play. Carson Wentz is fully capable." And I kind of chuckled, but I mean, after that, look, they can afford a loss. They can afford one. So I think you sit him down, and that would do the Houston Texans a favor. So we'll see what happens there. But I think counting this Lions team out at this point in time in the season is foolish. And it's really interesting to me that you have 3 teams in the NFC with only 2 losses. I mean, that's pretty stout. You got Philadelphia, Minnesota, and Detroit.
All 12-2.
Yeah, so that's pretty impressive. And then what? The Eagles they got what? 2 losses or 3?
Yeah, they're 12. The Lions are 12-2. The Eagles are 12-2. Minnesota's 12-2. No, there's 3.
Okay.
Because Green Bay's at 10-4. Green Bay, Minnesota, and Detroit all from the north. And you're right. I mean, you got those teams that are 12-2. You got a Kansas City that's 13-1. Buffalo is 11-3. Pittsburgh's 10-4. But, on the NFC side, and this is what's crazy right now, who would you put money on today to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl in New Orleans?
I tell you what, if I had to, I think I might pick Minnesota. I mean, Minnesota right now is playing good football. Sam Darnold is playing. You talk about a guy that just earned himself a payday.
Oh, yeah.
The way he's played this year, he has earned himself a payday, whether that's with Minnesota or somebody else.
It's bizarre because I didn't think you would go there, but I'm thinking the same thing. Detroit, as beat up as they are, I'd be hard-pressed to put my money on Detroit today. Philadelphia will always figure out a way to F it up because they're Philly.
Yeah, they got that goofball head coach, so he'll figure out something.
But Philly could, but I just, I'm just waiting for them to remember their Philadelphia. Of the random teams in there, the way Tampa Bay looked the other day, man, that'd be an awesome story. Green Bay, they're solid and they're complete. I wouldn't be surprised if they made a run. I don't think the Rams or Washington have it in them.
I don't think Washington does. I think Washington's a year or so away. The Rams, look, how many more years does Matt Stafford have?
Sure.
In all sincerity, so you got to start thinking about that. They're playing good football, and if Kupp and Puka Nacua are healthy, that offense is just about as and then they've got this Williams running back. And that offense is pretty stout. So I wouldn't count them out either. So and it looks like they're going to go on and they got a shot at winning that division, which will give them a home game.
Well, Rams right now in first place there in the West. So 8-6. So is Seattle at 8-6 in the West.
I don't trust Seattle right now, and if Geno Smith is hurt and he's out for any time, that's going to hurt them tremendously.
Yeah, I don't trust Seattle. Not at all. Not at all.
I hope your wife's not listening.
She knows.
She knows.
She knows. Joel Klatt's got a very interesting idea about the Army-Navy game that I disagree with. And there's a new sport out there that I'm guessing James Pledger is going to be all over. We'll explain coming up here on The Blitz on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. Your testosterone levels start to decline in your 30s. So if you've been kind of dragging through days with low energy, could be caused by low T. Quit putting off getting your T levels checked. Make that holiday resolution to get into Synergenics. I recommend Synergenics Testosterone and Weight Loss because their personalized TRT goes beyond standard treatment. Book that first appointment now at Synergenicshealth.com. They make it quick and easy to get your levels checked. So if you're feeling a loss of energy and drive, it could be low T. Get checked at Synergenics Testosterone and Weight Loss. Not all TRT is the same. At Synergenics, you'll get a personally optimized TRT treatment plan from providers who specialize in testosterone therapy. And at Synergenics, their professionals are also weight loss experts. Synergenics offers weight loss management with affordable prescription GLP-1 plans. So book that initial appointment now. Don't wait. Synergenicshealth.com is the website. Synergenicshealth.com. Synergenx health.com for Synergenics Testosterone and Weight Loss.
You're listening to The Blitz. Afternoons 2 to 6. KTFM Floresville. And everywhere at sasportstar.com. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. South Texas home for Texas A&M football. Friday night, December 27th at 9:30. The Aggies head to Sing Sing to take on the USC Trojans in the Las Vegas Bowl. Presented by Ewald Kubota and the Angry Elephant. Pre-game coverage begins at 8:30 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
This is the famous footwear that everyone has on their holiday wish list. So don't wait to make it famous. Whether you're searching for their favorite character shoes or the hottest sneakers, slippers, and boots, Famous Footwear has the newest styles from Nike, Adidas, Crocs, Converse, New Balance, Birkenstock, Timberland, and more. Unwrap Famous today and make everyone's holidays merry with buy one, get one half off at your local Famous Footwear or famous.com. Some exclusions apply.
Celebrate the magic of the season with last-minute deals at Target. With up to 50% off toys and video games, you'll save so much while you finish your list. Plus, you'll find incredible deals on clothing, beauty, small appliances, floor care, and so much more. And there are even more ways to save when you join Target Circle for free and get exclusive deals automatically. Hurry to save on gifts before last-minute deals are over. Happier holidays from Target. Restrictions apply.
It's time to huddle up and listen close. For 2024, we pay tribute to a true game changer in the world of snacks. The unrivaled, the unbeatable, the pork rind. Yes, it's crunch time, and we're not just talking about the last few nail-biting minutes of the game. We're talking about a snack so audaciously crunchy, it puts those pretentious chips and pretzels to shame. So here's to you, Southern Recipe pork rinds, for being more than just a crunch. Southern Recipe pork rinds. It's crunch time. Find your rind at H-E-B.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Santa's coming to town and he's stopping at Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit in Selma. Stop by this Wednesday, December 18th, and let your four-legged family member meet Santa and take pictures while you enjoy the cozy, caring boarding facilities. Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit in Selma, where pets are family.
The current federal government is actually going $1 trillion deeper in debt every 100 days. That's why thousands are turning to Goldco, a top-rated gold company, to diversify their savings with time-tested safe haven assets, physical gold and silver. Right now, not only is Goldco offering a free gold and silver kit, but on qualified purchases, they'll give you up to a 10% instant match in bonus silver. Call 855-838-GOLD. That's 855-838-GOLD. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up. It's golf.
America's Diamond has never sold lab-grown diamonds, and we warned our clients, friends, and neighbors that wholesale prices would crash to almost nothing. 2-carat GVS2 lab-grown diamonds are currently being traded at wholesale for $264, but some jewelers are still selling them online for $3,000 to $4,000. Repeat, wholesale $264, retail $3,000 to $4,000. Some retailers are selling 1-carat lab-grown diamonds for under $300, and others are giving them away for free with purchase. Lab-grown diamonds are very easy to detect with gemological equipment. Tens of millions of carats are produced in huge factories in China and India, using a tremendous amount of subsidized electricity supplied by coal-burning power plants. America's Diamond has only offered traditional, real, natural earth-grown diamonds that are rare, extremely beautiful, and have had real value for centuries. See our television program tonight on ABC KSAT 12 at 12:35 a.m. or right now at americasdiamond.com.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
SMU head football coach Rhett Lashlee is suggesting the December portal window should be eliminated. He says that the players have to make decisions about whether to transfer or play during the college football playoff. NBA today announced a change to the All-Star game beginning in 2025. This season's format, a 4-team, 3-game, one-night tournament. 3 teams comprised of All-Stars, the other of Rising Stars Challenge winners.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the 3rd time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Maybe you're watching on YouTube. You can always subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel. While you're there, you can comment. Follow along on all the socials at Joe Reinagel 210. Tweet at me at Jason Minix. The station at SA Sports Star. Same on Instagram. Yeah.
All of those things.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Jeez. We're going to get this coordinated here, Edwin, I promise. You and I, buddy.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, Pledge is on vacation, and
well, it's different. You know, Pledge is Edwin's usually an early morning guy. He's probably asleep by this time of day.
Yeah, I sleep for a couple hours when I
see
get
that.
home.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's napping during this show, too. So, I mean, it goes both ways. I mean, he's not missing his afternoon nap.
That's all right.
That is for sure. I no offense, Edwin, I sure wish Pledge was here today because as we get into the headline blitz, this is something that I know damn well Pledge would do.
Yes.
This is Jason and Joe's Headline Blitz. 2 guys, 2 opinions, never enough time.
Because somehow I don't think that Edwin would do this.
Well, Edwin's way too, no offense, Pledge, but way too smart.
You know, Pledge does this slap fighting thing with his buddy Roach. And they do this on video where they slap each other. And slap fighting has become a sport. In fact, last time we were doing our show at Circa Las Vegas, we were talking to the guy amongst his jobs at Circa Las Vegas as he sets the betting lines for the World Slap Fighting Championships, right?
Yes.
It's a thing. You can gamble on it, of course. Well, all right, so you understand what slap fighting is. And if you don't, you stand there and some guy slaps you and you take it and then you slap them. I don't know the scoring. I don't know how it works. Now, and I'm going to change the official name of this because I like my job. But
what? It's just a name.
I don't know that I can say this.
I'm sure you can.
Well, I could probably say it. No, I can't say it. I'm not going to try to say it. But it's the ultimate kicking is the world's next great combat sport.
The ultimate Richard kicking.
Yes. Now, if you said Dick Vitale, you might be able to work that in there. But I don't know if you could actually get that because nobody wants to kick Dick Vitale.
Yeah, I got you. Sure.
You're getting kicked in the nuts is what this new sport is. And somehow I figure James Pledger, this is right up his alley.
Dude, who in the hell wants to voluntarily get hit in the stones? I mean, seriously.
There's people out there
that just, I mean, you're going to stand there and let somebody kick you in the nuts.
Yes. Well, I'm not. Well, Edwin, would you?
No.
All right. Pledge would.
I don't even think
AJ
Pledge
would
would
too,
do
probably.
that. I don't even think. Look.
What?
I'm all for sports and doing whatever the hell you want. I thought the slap fighting was kind of ridiculous. But, I mean, hey, that's kind of entertaining to watch. And look, this would be entertaining as hell to watch.
Would it?
Yes. I mean, it's funny. I would laugh. Don't you laugh when somebody gets racked?
I mean, no, I don't generally laugh.
Well, I
laugh
do.
when I see somebody trip. When I see somebody get hit below the belt, you just kind of you feel it. You react as if it was yours,
and then you laugh.
No,
I laugh.
Well, maybe.
Yes,
maybe.
I laugh.
Maybe.
I can't imagine they're making a sport out of this, and I mean it's crazy. I just don't get it. I mean, what's next?
Well. At this point, I think
let's jump off a 20-story building. Well, that'll be a great sport. Well, see if you survive.
Now, it's a sport. It's like slap fighting. I don't understand because what's the strategy? What's the skill? And I just the idea of getting kicked there. I don't even know how you train for that. I don't know. Like you can learn that you can take a punch. I don't want to know how you learned that you could take a kick to the testes.
Well, I don't know. And I got sucked into watching videos of this when I saw the because the one where the article was that didn't have live video or did, and I couldn't make it work. So I go to YouTube and I'm watching this, and it's a thing.
It's a thing.
It's a thing.
You're kicked in a thing.
And it's I don't get it.
I don't get it.
But you know what? Hey, if you enjoy getting kicked in the balls, then that's fine.
Well, I mean, and again, how do you find out you're good at that? I mean, there's a lot of things that we see in this world, and you go, how did you determine you could do that?
I hope you have kids already.
Well, maybe this is,
or you freeze your stuff and so you're ready for it.
I because these are all young guys. But I could see some old men doing stuff like that.
Well, for old men, it doesn't matter. I don't even. Does it hurt anymore?
Speak for yourself. I'd imagine
I
so.
don't know. I have no idea.
Good Lord.
Crazy.
Good Lord.
It's a great country, isn't it?
Is it?
You get paid for getting kicked in the.
Well, see, and that's the other question. How much are these guys getting paid? Would that almost make it worth it? See, a guy like Pledger would do it for free just because. You could challenge him. Bet you won't, he'll prove you wrong.
Ugh.
See, I got a friend like Coach Danny Closa. Bet you won't, he'll prove you wrong. See, this is something Danny Closa would do.
You know, honestly, even if you're the kicker, that would be hard to do because you know how bad, how horrible that is. I mean, how could you just stand back and honestly just kick somebody there? I mean, you'd have to be a sadistic SOB.
I mean, if you're a sport, that's what you're doing.
I guess.
I mean, what's the difference than slap fighting?
Well, slap fighting is a little different. I don't think, I mean, it's painful. It looks painful. I've never done it.
But again, it's the same mentality, is it not?
But I have been kicked there.
Yes.
And that hurts.
Yes.
You just graze that and it hurts. That's what women never understood that. It's like, that hurts. Yeah.
Monday Night Football last night, a lot of people were commenting on social media about Troy Aikman's red eyes.
Yeah, a lot of them thought he had
it's allergies.
A good Sunday night.
Yeah. He was hurting.
Yeah, it looked like it. Looked like he was hungover. Now, I don't know that he was, but that's what people were suggesting. His eyes were red.
But he deals with that a lot.
Yeah.
You know, did he not pack his eye drops or somebody in the TV production crew was like, all right, man, we got to do something here. But it could just simply be allergies and cold. I mean, I know he was in Minnesota, even though indoors, but at some point you were outside. I don't know.
People were giving him a hard time on social media.
Internet very unkind to Troy Aikman last night. Not the first time that his eyes have been the subject.
I have that issue, though.
What, coming to work hungover?
Well, sometimes. But only when we're on the road, typically. But no, my eyes get red.
Yeah.
They get red. So, but I have stuff for that, and you would think Troy would too.
So, over the weekend, we were in Washington, D.C. for the Army-Navy game presented by USAA. Navy kicked ass, 31-13, the final score. And everything about the Army-Navy game is incredible. Every year that I go, I come back, you come back, and we talk about just the great bucket list experience that it is.
Yep.
Joel Klatt, though, talking, while he loves the Army-Navy game, he thinks it needs to move. Because all these distractions with the portal and the upcoming playoffs and the Heisman Trophy ceremony that is that night in New York City. Now, it's always, it was moved in 2009 when USA took over their title sponsorship to the second Saturday, the only Division I game, and it's done tremendous ratings since that move. Now, there was a bowl game Saturday morning at 11, and I think there was something that night, but during the TV window, it was the only game on. I know there were some FCS playoffs and stuff like that, but just Division I football. So, yes, playoffs coming around. Yes, the Heisman Trophy ceremony that night, which is the way it's always been. But Joel Klatt thinks there's too many distractions. We need to move this game to week 0.
To start the season, he framed it as the national anthem of the college football season to do it like that. Look, I don't like that, but I would say it, and I'm not making excuses for Army, but they had to play in a championship game the week before where Navy was sitting at home, probably sunbathing on their ship.
Oh, yeah, that's what they're doing in Annapolis in December.
But honestly, to me, that would be the only advantage because it's such a great game. But if Army and Navy continue to play the way that they're playing, and hopefully they will continue to be as good as they were this year, you could have that issue and you could have a problem. You could even have a scenario where they play each other in the American championship game and then have to meet up again the following week.
Which 6-7 games into the season was looking like a real possibility.
Sure was.
That said, and I do think Navy was the better team on Saturday.
Yeah, they were.
Playing in that conference championship game, we'll never really know what the true effect was on Army because their biggest game of the year was not the conference championship game. It was Army-Navy, but they did have that extra game. Selfishly, because we've gone every year, and if USA continues to invite us, going to an East Coast city in August wouldn't be all bad.
That wouldn't be bad
I
at all.
wouldn't need a coat. I'd be okay with that, but
Sure.
I love where it's at. Joel Klatt, dude, according to the ratings information, now according to USAA and their spokesperson, Christian Bove, final viewership numbers still pending, but preliminary, looking like 8.4 total viewers, up 29% compared to last year's preliminary numbers.
And that's an incredible rise. And I think it has a lot to do with how well both teams played this year. I mean, you had Army coming in ranked in the top 25, only lost one game, and Navy had only lost 3. So I think that made a big difference.
Over the last 5 years. Now, this also factors in the COVID year in which the game was not protected and did take a major hit, being not the only game on. But over the past 5 years on this Google search, Army-Navy game has averaged 6.9 million viewers compared to ABC's Saturday Night Football package, which draws 7.4 million. So all these distractions Klatt's worried about, it didn't seem to affect this year's matchup.
Well, and keep in mind, this is Joel Klatt throwing stuff against the wall. This is nothing that's being considered, nothing that's official or anything else. But I just thought it was interesting that he wants to move it, and it's good intentions for him wanting to move it. He doesn't want to move it because he doesn't like it. He thinks it would be better for the game to have it there. I disagree. I love it where it is. And I think with CBS re-upping for the next 10 years, USAA re-upping, college football is going to protect that game.
It's a protected game, and it is America's game. It is a national treasure. I like thinking outside the box, but the reasoning there, viewership says, nope. And again, if the numbers were really low, then maybe you start looking at, well, what else can they do to protect that game? But clearly, not an issue. And if you were to move it in August, make it the only game, then you're competing with NFL preseason games. And you've got baseball and all kinds of other stuff going on. There's never a perfect scenario for anything. But it is one of the greatest traditions that we have in sports. One of our great traditions here on the Blitz on Tuesdays is talking with Indy Kalu at 3:30, though that's right around the corner. Jerry Jones talking today as well, giving high grades to Mike Zimmer and Mike McCarthy, and he likes squirrel brain. We'll explain coming up here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. You got that Cup Championship game tonight, Oklahoma City and Milwaukee. Want a place to go watch it? Get into the Rube Hub. You got college bowl games all week, got the playoffs starting this weekend. NFL, there's no better place to go watch any big game than the Rube Hub there at 281 and Redland Road. 3 massive 170-inch screens, TVs all around. It's always a great time. If you're watching a big game, you want to be at the Rube Hub. It's a blast. Drinks are cold, the food fantastic. They've got that new bison burger on the menu. You must try that. About 15 other burgers as well, including the original Wemby burger. The biggest and best wings in town. I love their fried shrimp. The hot dogs on the menu are great. The appetizers, told the salads are wonderful, and that kitchen is open late every day with the full menu available. So when you need a late night meal, don't go to a drive-thru. Get into the Rube Hub there at 281 in Redland Road. Happy hour weekdays from 11 to 6. Great for lunch, great for dinner, great for late at night, and the best place to watch a game. Just down from the big blind, right next to the Angry Elephant. The Rube Hub, 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
It's showtime. Let's do it. It's fun time. Here we go.
South Texas home of the 12-team college football playoff. It's 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. All of the matchups are brought to you by Ewald Kubota and the Break Room Bar.
You like that?
Hear every game on South Texas' first and only FM sports station. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine is excited to announce a partnership that is revolutionizing access to care for orthopedic patients. The HURT app provides free 24/7 access to orthopedic expertise. HURT is the app to have before you need it. Don't wait for an injury to happen. Download HURT now for free, fast virtual access to orthopedic specialists. The HURT app is available online in the App Store and Google Play. Learn more about the HURT app and the OrthoNow Injury Clinic at TSAOG.com.
We all expect our home to protect everything we love. But here in Texas, we don't expect the ways water is breaking down our foundations and damaging our homes. Cracks in walls and uneven floors are just a few signs your foundation is shifting. But there's one way to get answers to all your concerns. A free home inspection from Foundation Support Specialists. Make sure your investment is protected. Get your free inspection at FoundationSupportSpecialists.com.
Listen to this message I received.
First message.
This is Santa Claus. Hey, I'm calling to give you a heads up. Last Christmas, so many people asked me for a Connecticut water softener, but getting all those Connecticut units in and out of the sleigh, up and down the chimneys, well, it's not so good on my back. So I'm going to forward all those Connecticut wish lists directly to you. Here's Mrs. Claus.
Thanks again for installing our Connecticut. I just love how soft my man's beard is, and my skin feels silky smooth, even here at the North Pole.
So if it's okay with you, I'll handle the toys, you handle the water softeners.
For a limited time, receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station at your kitchen sink. 0% interest for 12 months with approved credit, and $400 off when you trade in your old water softener.
By the way, the elves just love your jingle.
Call 656 Pure Connecticut.
I'm not a fan of the gluten-free cookies. Bye-bye.
The last water softener you'll ever own. Call 656 Pure Connecticut.
Santa's coming to town and he's stopping at Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit in Selma. Stop by this Wednesday, December 18th, and let your four-legged family member meet Santa and take pictures while you enjoy the cozy, caring boarding facilities. Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit in Selma, where pets are family.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
At the Institute for Functional Health, we are dedicated to helping you live life fully, playing with your kids, golfing, and feeling great without relying on pills. We're not about treating symptoms temporarily. We're about extending your health span, the years you live in good health. I'm Dr. Torres, and for over a decade, my team has transformed lives by tackling health issues at the root. Tired of medications without real answers? Take control of your health with us. Call 210-468-1891 for a free Discovery Day consultation or visit iffhealth.com. Improve your health span today.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and that means limited time savings on the paint pros need. Right now, save $15 on 5-gallon pails of HGTV Home by Sherwin Williams All-Purpose Power Primer. Plus, get it delivered to your job site with free same-day delivery when you order by 2 p.m. Visit us in-store or online today, because Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 12/20. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1, San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Turn that down at any point, Edwin. If you've done any grilling over the last couple of days, make sure you upload those photos, that meat from your grill, to the Grilling with the Blitz page at sasportstar.com.
You know, I haven't because we were gone, so I'm going to make a point to do something this weekend.
Yeah.
Don't know, haven't decided what yet, but there will be something on the grill this weekend.
Definitely, and the weekend looks like it's going to be perfect weather for it. But you want to get that $50 gift card to Tri-County Meat Market. Can't win it if you don't enter, so upload those photos. Grilling with the Blitz page at sasportstar.com. And make sure you order in advance for those fancy cuts that you want for your big holiday meal. Boy, I saw a video that they Tri-County Meat Market put on their social media today, them trimming up some of, oh, my goodness, they do a great job at it. But to make sure you're getting exactly what you want, might want to make sure, hint, call over there, pre-order, especially for the primes and some beef tenderloin and prime rib that you might want to do. Is that what you're going to end up doing?
Probably. That's kind of become a tradition.
Knucklehead question, and I don't know if Ryan Eagle is actually qualified but to answer this, but you might be. I was thinking about doing a prime rib, but my mother and my brother don't want to travel down to San Antonio.
So you have to drive.
So I would have to prepare it and then travel it for 3 hours.
Put it in an ice chest. You'll be fine.
Well, what I worry about, because I've done that before, and like undercook it and then try to finish it up there. Because if you put it in that ice chest, it's going to cook for those 3 hours. It's just not as good as if I pull it right at home.
This is true.
And some meats, it ain't a brisket where, I've done that where, pull it, put it in the, it's resting and you're driving to the coast and it's perfect.
Yeah.
Not quite the same with the steak.
Does your brother not have a Traeger?
No.
Why not?
Have you met my brother?
Well, no, I haven't. As a matter of fact, I think that you ought to get him one for Christmas. Be a fine idea, Jason.
It's one of the dumber things I've heard you say.
I'm just saying. Your brother would be forever grateful. Does he not grill?
No.
Oh, really?
No.
Okay. Well, you guys are
He doesn't even have a propane grill.
You guys are completely different then.
My parents raised 2 only children.
That's funny.
And we say that about a lot of things.
Yeah.
But my parents raised 2 only children.
Well, that's funny. Yeah, I've always enjoyed grilling. And, I don't know where I got it from because my dad, he never saw a grill, I don't think, in his whole life. He just saw the finished product. He wasn't a griller, so. But something that you did.
Is your brother a griller?
He does. He's got a Traeger.
What about your other brother?
No.
See?
He's not.
It's just, whether it's a Traeger, an offset, propane, it doesn't matter if you're cooking outside. That's what it is. See, and like my brother, like when I go hunting, he's always excited because he knows for Christmas he's going to get some meat. So like this year I got an Axis. And he's like, what'd you get? How much was ground? Because he wants all the steaks. And, he's, but my brother's like, did you save the eyes? Did you do this? Did you do that? He likes all of that kind of stuff.
Now, when do you get that meat?
Should be in the next week or so.
Oh, yeah?
I'm hoping because let's say 3 to 4 weeks. So
well, that's a lot of meat, right?
It is, yes,
you have a freezer?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I've got 3.
Did you clean it out? Well, I'm talking about a freezer. I know you have one with your refrigerator.
Well, I got the one in the kitchen, the one in the laundry room, and the one in the garage that's attached to the beer fridge. So I'll be fine.
All right.
I'll be good. And, already have a lot of people curious if they're going to get some of that Axis meat, right?
I don't want
see.
any. So.
You don't want any?
No.
See, you've never tried it.
Well, I don't want to try it. Does it taste like a deer? I'm not a huge fan of deer meat. I'm totally honest with you.
Venison?
I know that's weird because most people are, but it's very gamey to me. Now, maybe it hasn't been prepared right. That's what people tell me.
Well, that's it. But apparently Axis is the least amount of gaminess and the best meat of deer meat that you can get.
Well, you cook some up and I'll try
I was also told that about the fallow deer I got a couple years ago, and it was fantastic. So if the Axis is better than the fallow, I'm excited about it.
All right. Well, when you cook some up, let me know.
I will.
I'll come over.
Now, Jerry Jones was asked this morning. Now, keep in mind, this dude's from Arkansas. Keep that in mind. Jerry Jones, billionaire, Arkansas. So he does his regular interview on 105.3 The Fan. And Xavier Leggett the other day on the podcast with St. Brown with the Lions was talking about eating raccoon. So the boys on 105.3 The Fan today asked Jerry if he has ever eaten raccoon.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
Wow.
Yes. The answer is yes. And I've eaten it. I've eaten it hunting. I've actually had it served by my mom at the the table away from hunting. And I have eaten raccoon. And yes, it's not uncommon at all. I'll tell you something that is one of my favorites is squirrel. And it's wonderful, and my mother could do a great job of it. And we all had our favorite pieces, and my dad and sister, I have one sibling, a sister, and they would fight over, not fight, but my mom and I, they were just my sister and I as far as siblings. My mom and I wouldn't even ask for the brain in a squirrel.
Oh, man.
And delicious, seriously.
Delicious. The brain.
Again, Arkansas. But you hear that. What do you...
the brain of a squirrel. That can't even be very... It's got to be like a little...
It's got to be like a little nugget, right?
Yeah.
And so how many squirrels are you doing? I mean, there's only one, and they're going to fight over it? And Jerry's saying, no, I'm not going to get that. There's going to be a fight over the little brain nugget.
Well, obviously there was more than one squirrel because he said the whole family ate them. So, I mean, what is it, squirrel per person?
I don't know. I mean,
you put it on a stick or something?
Is it almost like you go get a whole chicken or a half chicken? Depending on how many people are eating. What are the sides with squirrel? What are the sides with raccoon? I have no idea, and quite frankly, I don't want to know.
I don't either.
Those would be the kinds of things that I'd have to eat it without knowing what it is and be told later, and then I'd probably go throw up. I'm not going to
Unless you liked it.
Even if I liked it, I think at that point I would. It
tastes like chicken, I'm sure.
Well, that's rattlesnake.
Yeah, well, I've had that.
Yeah, but I mean, you deep fry anything, it's going to be good.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
I mean, do you deep fry raccoon or squirrel, or
gizzards?
It's in a stew. See, you like the gizzards, you
no,
just
I
refuse
like
to admit it. Little chewy.
They were awful.
The little chewy,
and they were fried.
Gizzards are great. Gizzards are great.
No, they're horrible.
But you'd eat brain?
No. Unless I did it, like gizzards, and I didn't know what the hell it was. Although I knew what a gizzard was.
But we all knew you were going to hate the gizzards anyway, just because you weren't going to give it a fair chance.
Dude, I hated it. It was awful. I mean, quite frankly, it was terrible. Was it the way it was prepared? Where'd we get those from? Do you remember?
The gizzards?
Yeah.
Bush's Chicken?
Yeah. They were bad.
I enjoyed them.
Okay.
Let's see. Art Garcia says Axis is better than venison.
Okay.
Media Bar Production says goat brain is good too.
Goat brain.
Uh-huh.
Sounds like you'd call somebody that. Hey, goat brain.
It's a bad insult. Ronnie said, did you take any pics of my Axis? Absolutely. You can see it on my Instagram, at Jason Minix.
I saw it. It's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Alexandra, damn squirrel eating beans and rice in my childhood doesn't seem so bad after all.
Alexandra, I'd much rather have beans and rice.
Careful with what Redbird's Junkie said there. Don't read that out loud. But if you want to see that, you can.
Why?
Yeah, I don't think that's what he's talking about.
Jason, you've got a dirty mind.
I do. I'm safe.
Beaver may be very good.
Yeah, it's possible.
It's possible.
You probably could put that right in there with the squirrels and the raccoons.
Well, I don't know. I think we've all experienced that before.
Different.
It's
different.
Can be very good.
Different.
Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Squirrel brain.
Wonder if Indy Kalu's ever eaten raccoon or squirrel.
He did go to Marshall.
Yes, he did.
I mean, he went to Marshall. I would imagine. We'll ask him.
Ding, 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 ding,
next.
Ding, 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 ding. Yeah,
apparently it's been a while since you've been out Dinger Park Mall.
I've been to. Need some more different kind of music.
Indicaloo. Next on the Blitz. Ryan Hagel. You know, nobody ever plans on getting arrested, but it does happen to a lot of people every day for all kinds of reasons. If you get arrested, you want to get out of jail fast, you know the best way to do that. Call my good friend Albert and his great staff at AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text bail to 474747, or you can start the bonding process online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else to get out of jail, and you don't want to be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you a PR bond, make sure you truly understand what all those conditions are before accepting it. Your best option for stress-free bail bonds is AA Best Bail Bonds, because nobody beats their price. They have payment plans available, a free shuttle service. They're discreet and confidential and open 24/7, offices all over San Antonio and Texas, services nationwide, up in Dallas, down in Corpus, anywhere in between. License number 149. Call AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121, or go online at mybestbailbonds.com.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check your sunroof is closed first, before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no. Wait, whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the famous footwear that everyone has on their holiday wish list. So don't wait to make it famous. Whether you're searching for their favorite character shoes or the hottest sneakers, slippers, and boots, Famous Footwear has the newest styles from Nike, Adidas, Crocs, Converse, New Balance, Birkenstock, Timberland, and more. Unwrap Famous today and make everyone's holidays merry with buy one, get one half off at your local Famous Footwear or famous.com. Some exclusions apply.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container, because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. At Diamonds Direct, we have hundreds of styles that are ready to be wrapped and put under the tree. No need to wait for shipping. For some fabulous ideas before you head to the store, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. We've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Rock's Discount Vitamins wants to wish you and yours a very happy holidays and a healthy new year. Right now through Christmas, receive a free $10 gift card for yourself with a $50 Rock's card purchase or a free $20 gift card with a $100 Rock's card purchase. Losing weight, building muscle, or just getting healthy, let Rock's get you ready for the new year. With 12 area locations, find one nearest you at rocksdiscount.com. Rock's thanks God and you for all the support.
Buyers Barricades is proud to provide traffic control, rental, and sales for work zones and events in the San Antonio area and beyond. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more online at buyersbarricades.com. That's buyersbarricades.com.
San Antonio Sports Stars 50K Pro Football Pick'em giveaway is back. Head to USASportsStar.com and pick the winners of each pro football game every week to earn points for each correct pick. Highest points each week wins a $25 gift card to Mellow Mushroom. Highest points overall scores $1,000 worth of tickets from A Awesome Tickets. Pick the winning ticket of every regular season game. Win the grand prize, $50,000. This is an Audience National contest across multiple markets. The 50K Pro Football Giveaway. Register and win at SASportsStar.com.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1, San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Always fun to talk with our good friend Indy Kalu, San Antonio Sports Hall of Famer, joining us now on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Indy, how was your weekend?
You know, it was good. It was very good. I actually had a chance to come to San Antonio for a few hours for the UTSA graduation. So shout out to all the Roadrunners that graduated over the weekend. Real quick, a good buddy of mine, his father, Larry Ross, he's a veteran, and he went back and got his degree at 70 years old. So shout out to Larry.
Awesome.
Thanks for serving the country, and congratulations.
Very cool.
That
Very
is
cool.
That is awesome. You know, we were in D.C. for Army-Navy weekend, which was fantastic.
That game did not go as I expected. Were y'all surprised?
Yes.
One of us picked Navy.
But he was surprised.
But I was surprised at how Navy dominated Army.
Oh, my God.
It was fantastic.
So was I. And the other thing I'm surprised at, in the day and age of the portal, NIL, like those guys, they're not just tough and gritty. Those are some great athletes on both teams. I don't know how they recruit, because how tough is it to walk into somebody's living room and say, not only are you going to go to a university that's a little more disciplined, you have to do, I forgot what they call it. When they wake up, they have to do something that these other kids aren't doing. And then you have to serve 4 years after you graduate, and they're still able to get that talent. Like that's impressive.
Yeah, it was fantastic this year, both of those teams, and I think that's what made it that much more interesting. It always is, but with those two teams playing very well, it was a great weekend. It always is, though. It's a bucket list thing. Have you ever been, Indy?
I've never been. Shame on me. But
no,
you know what?
You need to
said
go.
Bucket list. I need to make it happen.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, absolutely. They do that great radio. Oh, you stopped the radio gig. Never mind. But it's always a lot of fun. Now, Indy, before we talk Texans, over Thanksgiving we talked about meals, and I forget the specifics of what you said you were serving, but then you heard Xavier Leggett talking on a podcast about eating raccoon. Jerry Jones today says he's eaten a lot of raccoon and squirrel, and the family used to fight over squirrel brain. Raccoon, squirrel, any of that in your wheelhouse?
Not in my wheelhouse, but when I was at Rice University, we had a guy from Mustang, Oklahoma, and he would always talk about eating squirrel and raccoon, and of course he'd give you the proverbial, it tastes just like chicken. But I played with some country boys who they've taught. I've heard more squirrel than raccoon, but I've heard it. I've never tasted it. I wouldn't mind though. I would not mind tasting it.
Really, you would actually taste it, knowing what it is?
The fact that I've had frog legs before, if I can eat frog legs, and I don't know if y'all know anything about chitlins, but that's basically pig intestines, and I've had chitlins before. So yeah, if I can eat that, I think I could eat a raccoon.
Well, I've had tripas, so I mean that's in that cow intestines.
Well, and again, I mean, of course, the guy that went to Rice has had frog legs before. Probably in another country.
No, I was over there by Ingham Park Mall. They caught the frog, and we chopped up the legs and fried it and just ate it ourselves.
Frog legs are good. I like frog legs.
Yeah.
Well, you like them not the way he just described them.
Fried up.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna catch a frog in your backyard and
No, I'm not going to do that.
Exactly.
But there are a lot of good seafood restaurants that have fried frog legs.
Mm-hmm.
Delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Just make them yourself and save the money. That's my motto.
Nah, that's a good idea.
Some things you don't want to be cheap on, and frog legs, I think, is probably one of them. Let somebody that knows what they're doing prepare that.
We caught them. We didn't cook them.
Well, who cooked them?
Miss Reza from across the street. She cooked them. We will catch them in those little water meter. So y'all don't remember. I'm a true San Antonio. You remember those water meter platforms you had to move?
Yeah.
To see the water. Yeah, that's where all the frogs would be. So we would just go in there, get them, walk over to Miss Reza's house, and she would cook them up.
You realize they were all hanging out in there waiting to be eaten by snakes.
Yeah, we were the snake. We got there before the snake.
Yeah.
So take that, Satan.
Exactly. Exactly. Man, talk about surprising games over the weekend as we talk with Indy Kalu. I thought Miami was going to end up winning that game. Is there a game, especially when you were playing in the NFL, where you won a game where you felt like we weren't the better team on the field that day?
Ooh, that's a good question because you really go into every game thinking that you're going to win. You go into every game, especially in the NFL, where you feel like, okay, if this and this happens, things can go our way. So I never had a situation where after the game I was like, oof, they were better than us. I'm glad we won. But as a fan, as an analyst, I was also a little bit nervous about the Miami Dolphins, but I don't think they're better than the Houston Texans. I just you can't win them all, and the Houston Texans have been struggling a little bit on offense, and Miami has actually been playing pretty well on offense. So I was pleasantly surprised the Texans got the victory, but by no means do I think the Miami Dolphins at 6-8 are a better team than the Texans.
I would agree with that, but I tell you what, that might have been Tua's worst game of the season. I mean, he did not play well, and credit Houston's defense. I'm not taking anything away from them, but Tua was not really on point on Sunday.
No, he wasn't, and you have to ask yourself: is that Stingley making great plays? Is that Kamari Lassiter making great plays? Is it because of the pressure that he's getting from Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson? I mean, the names that I've named, they make big plays every week. So was it was the answer, hey, Tua was being Tua, but he just had better defenders going up against him, or was he a little bit off? But yes, 3 interceptions, that's not going to happen to Tua all the time. But also, this is the same defense that had 5 interceptions against Jared Goff. So this is what they do, is they turnovers.
Indy Kalu joining us here on the Blitz. Indy, now, full disclosure, we were on a plane back from D.C., so the only parts of the Texans game I saw was when they would show it on the Red Zone channel. But reading about it and then looking at stats, C.J. Stroud, 18 of 26 for 131 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Joe Mixon, only 12 carries and 23 yards. They didn't run the ball a lot. Offensively, when you look at those numbers, well, is that because of what Miami was doing, or was it just an off day for that Texans offense, knowing that there's some big games coming up where you're going to need more out of your offense than what they delivered in a win against Miami?
Oh, it was a snooze fest. I mean, yeah, I by second quarter, I was like, man, is it time to watch Real Housewives of fill in the blank, because the game was so boring. I think it was one of those off days, Jason, where you can't put your finger on it. Like, you just really couldn't get anything going on either offense. Now, there were some big defensive plays. There was an awesome punt fake. I wish you could have seen that, because that was one of the best punt fakes that I've seen in a long time with the misdirection. But, yeah, both sides of the ball on offense. Joe Mixon, it seems like either he's going to rush for over 100 or under 30. Like, it's feast or famine with Joe Mixon. But the Texan offense, I mean, they just weren't able to really get things going. And I'm all about getting the win. But if you want to do something that the Texan fan base wants to see out of this team, you're eventually going to have to get this offense rolling to match with the defensive output.
Well, the next couple of games, Indy, are going to tell a lot. I mean, you got Kansas City this week, and then on Wednesday you got Baltimore. A couple of very tough games for Houston. What are you seeing there? Obviously, Patrick Mahomes may or may not play, although they do say he was a full participant in practice today.
You know what, with Kansas City, I mean, look, even without Patrick Mahomes, obviously it's a different team. But Kansas City, similar to the Houston Texans this year, it's not just about the offense. I mean, we're not used to hearing or saying this, but Kansas City, if you watch their games and you follow them, a lot of their success, you could even say the defense is kind of carrying the team. There's been many games where Patrick Mahomes has similar to stats that Jason just read off of C.J. Stroud, 18 of 26, 130 some odd yards. You know, you've seen multiple games with Patrick Mahomes playing like that, and it's been their defense. So this is going to be a huge test for the Houston Texans with or without Patrick Mahomes. Now, I'm not going to sit up here and pee on your back and tell you it's raining. If they beat Kansas City without Patrick Mahomes, you do have to put the asterisk on that victory. But I still think it would be a quality win with or without Patrick Mahomes.
Well, and again, this year's Kansas City team, while they do have Mahomes, it's their defense is really been good, and they get lucky. And this game is in Kansas City, so now you would like to think cold weather wouldn't bother a guy like a C.J. Stroud who went to Ohio State, but weather's probably not going to be lovely in Kansas City on Saturday.
Yeah, but they both play, and I'm glad you brought up C.J. Stroud played at Ohio State. Joe Mixon played most of his career in Cincinnati. The majority of these guys, they're not from Houston, so it's not like me, you know, a Nigerian American who grew up in San Antonio playing in the cold weather. That was tough. Like, when I got to Philadelphia, I was like, man, get me the hell out of here. I need that sun. So most of these guys on the roster aren't from – actually, a lot of them, now that I'm thinking about it, Jason, a lot of them played up north in college or with their previous NFL teams. So I don't think cold weather is going to be –
I think your blood thins pretty quick. You get used to that Houston heat in a hurry, and going where it's cold, it's tough to deal with.
You know what?
I mean, explain Miami, who can never play in cold weather, when all those guys aren't from South Florida.
I didn't realize that was so their record in cold weather is unusually bad.
Yes, the Miami Dolphins. Yes.
Well, their record in general lately has just been it's been bad. I mean,
but it's like bad when it's under 40.
Huh. Okay. I'll just say this: I never got in my 6 years in Philadelphia, and maybe this explains my career. I never got used to playing in that cold weather because I just couldn't get used to it. So we'll test that out. We'll see how it plays out for the Texans.
Well, you can get yourself an electric heated vest like Minix was trolling around in Washington, D.C. I've never seen a guy, Indy, as proud of something in my whole life.
Dude, I got a heated vest, dude. It's freaking awesome.
You know who else has one? My wife.
I don't care. I mean, she's obviously very smart. I just Googled this. The Dolphins have won just one game in the last 32 years when the temperature is below 23 degrees.
Interesting. Okay. Hold on, though. Something with stats. And I know it's not in front of you, but how many games have they actually played where the temperature was below 20 degrees? If it's less than 4 or 5, then you got to throw that stat out the window.
I'm trying to find under 40 degrees. Their most recent victory was in 2016. They beat Buffalo in overtime.
Wow, was that in Buffalo?
Oh, it had to be. I can't imagine.
But it was very cold.
All right, here it is. Per StatHeads data, Miami has an all-time record of 25, 47, and 1 in outdoor games when the temperature is 40 degrees or colder. Last win in 2016.
I stand corrected then. I think what you're saying holds true according to that stat.
Or they're just not a very good road team. All right, one of the two.
Yeah. But that is pretty lopsided.
9 straight cold weather games they've lost.
What's that?
Miami's lost 9 straight cold weather games.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Maybe there is something to your theory.
Maybe. You never. So are the Texans going to play well in the cold weather, even though a lot of those boys are from up north?
I still say yes. They got that Texas grit. That Texas grit's a little bit different than that Miami. Miami, it's hot and you're a little bit soft, partying, and on the Miami Strip. Houston, we still got that gritty attitude. I don't think the cold's going to bother them.
Interesting.
There's no partying at all in Houston.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Not like Miami.
I've been to some parties in Houston
Yeah,
that weren't
exactly.
too bad. Not too bad at all. But, Indy, I mean, these two games, I think we're going to know if Houston's for real or not, if they've got any shot at making a playoff run, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these are the games you have to win. Look, a win is a win in the NFL, but playing against Kansas, if you don't put up a good game against Kansas City and then you get blown out by the Baltimore Ravens, then the thought is it's going to be a one-and-done team, or they win their their first game. But I'm with you. If you're going to be thought of as these top-tier teams, you have to get one of these next two games.
How tough is it going from a road game? You play Sunday, road on Saturday, and then you're playing Wednesday.
That's very tough, and that's where the head coach has to be smart. I mean, the game is the game. You're going to have to play it. I would not be surprised if they don't put the pads on at all during the week, during this 3-game run, because I believe they were saying they played like 3 games in 11 days. Don't quote me on that. I'll double-check it. But that's where the coaching staff has to be smart and say, you know what, obviously we're not going to have these hard padded practice, but we're going to get you off your feet. We're going to do more mental reps. And we're really going to try to refresh his body and make them do the stretches, make them get the massages, make them do all the little things to get those body right, because that's quick turnaround time.
Well, Indy, that brings up a good question. And I want to ask you, after a tough game on Sunday, when was your body feeling normal, if you will?
It's funny. So I used to laugh because it was like clockwork. On Tuesday, when I would be driving up, whether I was in Philadelphia or Houston, driving to get some treatment, that's when the Toradol shot would wear off, and I would always feel it in my car Tuesday morning, headed up to the station, and that's when you actually start to feel more pain than you did on Monday, because you still have all those drugs in you covering up the pain. So Tuesday is probably one of the tougher days. Wednesday, you have a tough practice, but you kind of work through your soreness. And I would probably say Friday. Friday's like when you start feeling like, okay, I'm ready to play another game. And They're not going to have extra days there.
Well, see, so playing Saturday, that Monday feeling, and then so basically how you felt on Thursday is what they're going to be feeling with that game on Wednesday. But it's the same for both teams.
Yeah. Well, but it's the same for both teams, but the Texans are traveling. And that puts a little bit on you as well.
Interesting.
Is it tougher to have that Wednesday game? Like, is it tougher for Baltimore having to travel in on Christmas Eve as opposed to being at home? Like Saturday, the game's at noon. They'll be home Saturday night.
Yeah, then they play again on Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
Man, that's a quick turnaround.
That's
going to be tough as well.
Where Buffalo is home Saturday, they play at 3:30, but then they've got to travel to Houston on Tuesday for the Wednesday game.
You talking about Baltimore?
Or Baltimore, yeah.
Yeah, that's good. That's a tough turnaround for Baltimore as well. But I will say this, John Harbaugh, their head coach, he's really into philosophy, and he's really into mentally preparing yourself. He's probably doing things right now, not overlooking their next opponent, but he's probably doing and making plans right now to have them ready for those for that travel time and that quick turnaround, because he's one of those. He's always been 3 steps ahead.
And I tell you what, these games are big in standing-wise. I mean, Baltimore and Pittsburgh still battling it out for the AFC North. Houston's clinched the division, but, I mean, seeding purposes, these are some big games, not only against good teams, but they matter.
No, they matter a lot. I mean, Houston, like you said, they want that home field. They want to open up at home. And then when you look at Pittsburgh, Baltimore, there's a 1-game difference. When you win the division, it definitely makes the first part of the playoffs a little bit easier. So, yeah, these teams are playing for something. The only team that you could say has something secured, the Kansas City Chiefs. So I wouldn't be surprised if they rest Patrick Mahomes with a high ankle sprain. But, no, you're absolutely right. These games matter.
They certainly do. Indy, Kalu, these conversations with you every Tuesday always matter. Appreciate you jumping on, my friend.
Appreciate y'all. Y'all keep up the good work.
Talk to you next week. Indy, Kalu on the Buyers Barricades guest line, where they provide traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond online at buyersbarricades.com. Albeit a light practice, as Joe mentioned, Patrick Mahomes a full participant today.
Yeah.
So was Hollywood Brown.
Oh,
Raise your hand if you remember that dude was on that team.
Yeah.
Another weapon for the stretch run for Kansas City. We'll get into it. Coming up here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine is excited to announce a partnership that is revolutionizing access to care for orthopedic patients. It's called the Hurt app, and it provides free 24/7 access to orthopedic expertise. Hurt is the app to have before you need it. Don't wait for an injury to happen. Download Hurt now for free, fast virtual access to orthopedic expertise. You can get the Hurt app in the App Store and Google Play. Learn more about the Hurt app and their OrthoNow Injury Clinic online at TSAOG.com. That's TSAOG.com.
Riding 410 with the Blitz. Afternoons 2 to 6, KTFM Floresville, and everywhere at sasportstar.com. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, South Texas home of the NFL, Monday night, Thursday night, and Sunday night football. Presented locally by Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Here in Texas, we know that trust is earned and reputation matters. Since 1993, Thomas J. Henry dedicated himself to building a firm that injured clients can trust and that Texans can respect. A firm where no defendant is too big and no case is too small. Backed by a track record of success and a commitment to our clients, Thomas J. Henry remains the name you can depend on if you have been injured. Trust the firm that stands for you. Trust Thomas J. Henry, San Antonio, Texas.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
There's never any FOMO with the iHeartRadio app. You won't ever have to miss out on your favorite shows and contests with this radio station again. Radio 24/7, 365. We're here when you want us. Stay connected and listen anywhere when you download the free iHeartRadio app.
Not all pizza places are the same. Mellow Mushroom originated hand-tossed, stone-baked classic Southern pizza. Not in the mood for pizza? Order a calzone, hoagie, sandwich, burger, or a mellow salad and see how care goes into every item on the menu. Take your pick from 24 draft beers and or handcrafted cocktails. And many of the pizzas can be made gluten-free or vegan. Mellow Mushroom is at 1604 in Stone Oak Parkway. Hang with friends, watch the game, and mellow out at Mellow Mushroom.
When your business needs an electrician, for over 35 years, the family-owned Hill Electric has served San Antonio. Powered by relationships with dedicated estimators who analyze the issue, research cost-effective solutions, and clearly communicate the options without charging you a dime. A proven process that allows you to continue focusing on your unique purpose. Call Hill Electric at 210-404-9074. That's 404-9074. Or hill-electric.com.
Santa's coming to town and he's stopping at Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit in Selma. Stop by this Wednesday, December 18th, and let your four-legged family member meet Santa and take pictures while you enjoy the cozy, caring boarding facilities. Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit in Selma, where pets are family.
In Chinatown, nothing ever changes. I feel like I'm a background character. I think that's called being a loser.
Based on the bestseller by Charles Yu.
Police are investigating a missing woman. Willis Wu, I'm a detective. I need your help.
Why me?
You know Chinatown better than I do.
And from visionary director Taika Waititi comes a mind-bending new series.
If you want to be a part of this, why not be the hero? In Chinatown, Kung Fu can break at any moment.
The Hulu original series, Interior Chinatown. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Oh, Christmas leaks,
You make our carpet squishy.
Here at Quarter Moon Plumbing, we know all your Christmas wants, like the popular leaky faucet, the overflowing toilet, or the trendy clogged sewer line. No matter what list you're on, naughty or nice, Quarter Moon Plumbing will answer your call fast and fix your emergency quickly so you can get back to your Coco and Carolyn.
651-5899.
License number TACLA 141074E M16004.
Divorce is tough, but you have a choice. Do you want control of the process, or are you willing to let your spouse dictate the terms? If you're serious about safeguarding your assets during a divorce, then Barton & Associates is your law firm. As the owner of Barton & Associates, I will ensure my attorneys act swiftly and decisively to protect what's rightfully yours. Be in control of your divorce. Visit TexasDivorce.com or call 210-500-0000. That's 210-5-million.
Principal Office, San Antonio.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
Well, the NBA today announced a big change to the All-Star Game beginning in 2025. This season's format is going to be a 4-team, 3-game, one-night tournament. 3 of those teams comprised of 8 All-Stars apiece, the 4th team being the winner of the Rising Stars Challenge for first- and second-year players. Tonight, we find out who is king of the NBA's in-season tournament. Milwaukee travels to Oklahoma City. Tip-off set for 7:30 on ABC. You can listen to it right here on 94.1.
Joe Reinagel.
And the 3rd time in 7 seasons, the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix.
Howdy.
Howdy, howdy.
Happy Tuesday.
It is.
Yeah. Good day.
If you're watching on YouTube, appreciate you doing that. I've noticed a lot of comments, and this shot that was just on, well, there it is again, or you can see the 3 helmets that are on our desk, on our studio desk. We got an Aggie helmet, Longhorn helmet, and a UTSA Roadrunner helmet. And there's a handful of people in there saying we need to add a UIW helmet, which we do.
Sure.
If they send us one, we'll put it up there.
I think we need a Trinity helmet and a San Antonio Brahmas helmet.
I agree.
All of the above.
I agree.
We might run out of room, but
this is a big-ass table.
We could figure it out,
This
right?
table is way too big for the room, but it works. It works. So, yeah, Jeremy Urban, if you're listening, send us a Trinity helmet.
Yeah, Wade Phillips.
Wade or Evan, somebody with the Brahmas. We could use one there.
Yeah.
And over at UIW, Richard Duran or whoever, Coach Killo, Spear, any of them. I mean, like I'm surprised Clint didn't say something to us when he was on with us about a week ago, because from his camera angle, he was staring right at those 3 helmets.
He could see it, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he was thinking about us and our decor. He was kind of thinking about, I don't know, Tulane. They didn't play Tulane. Who they play? Villanova.
Yes, Villanova.
That's them.
Or Tulane.
Same thing.
Yeah,
Whatever.
Whatever. Who knows? Be like the old Mike and Mike days where they had helmets and bobbleheads everywhere when it was all said and done.
Yeah, we could do that.
Sure.
We need some decorating.
Yeah.
In here.
Sure.
On the wall.
We do need to put something in these empty frames. At some point, we probably will.
Yeah, sure.
We might. Idea.
DeMarcus Ware has got his own frame, kind of.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So tomorrow, the Blitz is going to be live at Blue Bonnet Bunk and Biscuit, which is a doggy daycare. Santa Claus is going to be there. Bring your dogs out, get their picture with Santa. We'll have some prizes to give away, including a World Series replica ring from the Texas Rangers. We're also going to have one that we'll give away on Thursday when we're out at Chicken and Pickle with our friends from Flight by Yingling. And then we got a third one that we've got to do something with. So I think we do this one on Instagram.
Absolutely. Like right now.
Like right now.
Yes.
So if you want to win a World Series replica ring, go to our Instagram page at SA Sports Star and send a direct message. What should the message be?
Arch Manning.
Okay. Just direct message Arch Manning. Hang on, let me write that down.
You're gonna forget that? We're hearing now that Quinn might want to stick around.
He ain't sticking around. He'll be at Oregon. They'll pay him a lot of money. So Arch Manning on the direct message on Instagram at SA Sportstar. Make sure you're following at SA Sportstar. Send the direct message at 5 o'clock. Ryan will put everybody in a name generator, and we'll pick a winner.
Awesome.
So you can win a ring today just by direct messaging Arch Manning on Instagram. Come out and see us tomorrow at the Blue Bonnet Bunk and Biscuit Doggy Daycare in Selma, or Thursday out at Chicken and Pickle. Now, that conversation with Indy Kalu, the light bulb goes off. While I was fully aware that there was going to be college football playoffs and NFL on at the same time, I don't think I fully wrapped my head around, you got to choose what you want to watch because of the timing. Texans-Chiefs are at noon. Steelers-Ravens are at 3:30 on Saturday. Well, also on Saturday, you have SMU and Penn State playing at 11, and you've got Clemson and Texas that is going to be mid-afternoon, following that game. Now, you'll be able to listen to all the playoff games here on 94.1 and all the bowl games brought to you by the Break Room Bar in Live Oak and Ewald Kubota between 94.1 and AM 1250. Like the bowl games tomorrow, will both be on AM 1250. Georgia Southern and Sam Houston State Friday or Thursday on AM 1250. Friday, Indiana Notre Dame here on 94.1. But Saturday, you've got those big college football playoffs, and the NFL has moved games to Saturday. Now, they do that so they could be on Wednesday. That kind of sucks as a sports fan having to figure out which is going to be your priority.
That doesn't suck. It's great. And then you got a great game. I mean, Houston, Kansas City's one thing, but Baltimore, Pittsburgh, I mean, that could be for the division.
Baltimore, Pittsburgh, while Texas is playing Clemson?
Yes. Your hope is that Texas will have that wrapped up by halftime, although they haven't had anything wrapped up by halftime this year. So
the Florida game.
Well, maybe. I'm going to wear out the remote, and that's fine. I got no problem with that.
I get it, but man, kind of like protecting the Army-Navy game, you would think that the TV networks and they would have all played nice here, and you've got this brand new college football playoff. It doesn't get a TV day of its own.
No. Well, because the NFL has to do this. Since they have the Christmas games, they always play Saturday games about this time of year. So more football the better. I'm going to love it. I think it's great.
And then the night game is Tennessee, Ohio State.
Yes. There's no NFL.
There's no NFL, but there's NBA. Spurs are playing Saturday night.
Okay, like I said, there's no competition, so
I'm going to the Spurs game, and I'm going to watch the football on my phone.
Well, that's too bad. Because, look, if it was somebody worth a damn, it's Portland.
It's fine. It's fine.
Now, I'll check in from time to time on the Spurs game, but I'll be watching Tennessee, Ohio State. I'm sorry. It's football season.
Mm-hmm. Lots of good football.
Absolutely.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, while I've, like all along, have known that there's going to be that, just the reality is, man, you're right. 2 TVs, wear out the remote, but where's your main focus going to be? Saturday is going to be a lot of fun.
Saturday afternoon is going to be tough because I want, but beyond all hope, I want SMU to beat Penn State somehow. So I'm really rooting for them. And then I don't think Texas is going to have any problem with Clemson. I really don't. I think they'll whack them. So that will be like just new batteries in the remote.
Make
That's what's going to happen.
You're ready to go. It's going to be a great Saturday with a couple of NFL games, the college football playoffs, of course, basketball going on as well. And if you want to win some money while you're watching all those games, you could do like me and 5 million other happy players that are winning money, big money, on Underdog Fantasy playing the Pick'em game, which is fun to play. You build your Pick'em entry, just by choosing higher or lower on predicted stats, passing yards, touchdowns, rushing yards, three-pointers, assists. I mean, and you can mix and match between basketball, football, college football, pro football, doesn't matter. And this season, Underdog is running a special promo or bonus almost every single day, like Profit Boost, where you can pump up your winnings in just a tap when you apply the boost to eligible entries. Discounts where you'll get adjusted projections on certain player stats to give you a better shot at the win, and free picks, basically a sure thing. A player just has to get higher than 0.5 for that pick to win. All new users get a free pick. So download the Underdog Fantasy app. Sign up with promo code STAR. Deposit now and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. Again, promo code STAR. Must be over 18, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Again, promo code STAR at Underdog Fantasy.
South Texas College Football Headquarters is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
And the most wonderful time of the year for fans. Bowl season is no exception. The biggest and best matchups this bowl season are brought to you by Ewald Kubota and the Break Room Bar. Hear them all on South Texas' first and only FM sports station. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Ho, ho, ho! Santa is here! Bring your furry family members to Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit in Selma this Wednesday, December 18th, to get in the Christmas spirit. Snap adorable photos with Santa, meet our friendly staff, and learn about our top-notch daycare, boarding, and grooming services, and offer discounts for military teachers and first responders because you deserve it. While you're there, find out more about their sister vet center, Town and Country Vet. They've got everything from grooming to acupuncture, urgent care, routine surgeries, and now accepting walk-ins through the holiday season. Santa is waiting at Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit in Selma.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-694-1010. That's 1-800-694-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. 1-800-694-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This holiday at T-Mobile, I'm joined by a special co-anchor.
What up, everybody? It's your boy, Big Snoop D-O-double G.
Snoop, let's talk about T-Mobile.
Okay, cool.
This holiday, get 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence and the all-new camera control on us.
Let's get cracking, like a breakfast egg.
You can use those eggs to make some eggnog, Snoop.
Respect.
And people do love T-Mobile, where you can save on every plan versus the other big guys when you switch.
You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
Always a great stocking stuffer, Snoop.
We up out of here.
Hold your horses, Snoop D-O-double-G. Let's remind people one more time.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get 4 iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us, plus 4 lines for $25. Now drop that jingle.
With 24-month bill credits for eligible trade-ins and 4 new lines with auto-pay. Well-qualified customers plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits or credit stop and balance on required finance agreement is due $999.99. Credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save on wireless and streaming versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence requires iOS 18.1 or later.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. At Diamonds Direct, we have hundreds of styles that are ready to be wrapped and put under the tree. No need to wait for shipping. For some fabulous ideas before you head to the store, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. We've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
George gets justice.
Hurt in a wreck? Get George. Hit by an 18-wheeler or commercial truck? Get George. Injured at work? Get George. When you're dealing with personal injury, you need to get George because George gets justice. I'm George Salinas, and my San Antonio-based firm has been recognized across the state of Texas and the United States. Call George Salinas Injury Lawyers today at 210-225-0909 or visit getgeorge.com.
George gets justice. GetGeorge.com.
South Texas home of the Dallas Cowboys. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Sunday night at 7:20. The Cowboys take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at home.
Let's dominate today.
I like this kind of party.
Pre-game starts at 6. Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds and Ewald Kubota.
This is all cooking.
You asked for it, you got it.
How about them Cowboys?
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. South Texas home of the Dallas Cowboys. It's the Blitz with Jason and Joe on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, along with Joe Reinagle. I'm Jason Minix. Over at sasportstar.com, make your picks for the Pro Football Pick'em Challenge. I was 11 of 16 this past week.
Were you really?
Uh-huh.
I think I was too, actually, because I had both winners last night, and I was at 9. So, yeah, 11.
Weekly winners get a gift card over to Mellow Mushroom. End of the year, local grand prize winner gets $1,000 worth of tickets from A Awesome Tickets. And you think about that. Do you think Texas is going to the Natty? You got to apply that money to tickets to go down to Georgia for the championship game. That'd be awesome.
Where's that? Is Sugar Bowl?
No, Atlanta.
I don't know where the Sugar Bowl is.
The Sugar Bowl is in New Orleans.
Okay.
The Peach Bowl is
that's
in
what
Atlanta.
It is.
That's where Texas will play Arizona State after they kick the crap out of
in the Peach Bowl.
Arizona State. The national championship just isn't a bowl.
It's just a game.
The national championship.
It should be a
game.
bowl.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You know what I do love, though? The Valero Alamo Bowl has been ranked the #1 bowl game outside of the college football playoff by Sports Illustrated, The Athletic, Athlon Sports, Washington Post, and Yahoo Sports.
Well, that's really not surprising because that thing gets accolades every year. So they do a great job. They've grown that bowl game into something really special. And I really hope at some point in the near future that they're involved in the college football playoffs.
Yes, absolutely.
They deserve that. And we deserve that, quite frankly.
Yes, we do.
A good college football playoff game here in San Antonio.
Totally agree.
Good.
Totally agree. Can I have a get off my lawn moment for a minute?
Sure.
I just opened up. I just went back to Twitter. Second tweet down, Cole Martin, defensive back, Arizona State. And he's got this long post that I'm going to assume basically means I love everybody here, but I'm going to hit the transfer portal. Can we stop with that?
Yeah, I wish we could stop with that. And somebody's got to fix it. I don't know.
Well, not the portal, the graphics on everybody. We don't need that. Do you need that for everybody that's hitting the portal?
Do what, to cry and say I'm leaving and thank you?
Yeah.
No, not really.
All right, good. Good.
But we need to fix the portal.
Well, we don't have time in this segment. We'll do that next segment. And we will. We will solve the world's problems before 5 o'clock today.
Of course we will.
Yes, we will. Interesting stuff. Milwaukee OKC tonight for the Cup.
Yay.
There's a championship. I'm not going to ask Joe Reinagle if he cares. I know the answer. Do you care? How much do you care about this championship game tonight? There's a trophy on the line in Las Vegas. Now, granted, mid-December basketball, I've been trained by the NBA that that Christmas Day is the official start of the NBA season. But they're trying to make us care about pre-Christmas basketball with this cup thing. Now, granted, random Tuesday, Oklahoma City, Milwaukee, it's a hell of a game.
It is.
It's a hell of a matchup.
Sure.
Adding the cup to it does nothing for me, but I would watch this game more than likely if it was just a regular Tuesday game in Milwaukee.
Which is basically what it is.
Except in Vegas.
Except it's in Vegas. Maybe there's a little more intensity to this game because the winning team, I think the players get $500,000 a piece. So, in that respect, you might play a little bit harder than you normally would. I just, for me anyway, and I think a lot of people feel this way, and I know there's some people that don't, but this whole in-season tournament has done nothing to enhance anything for the NBA. If you're a diehard NBA fan, you're going to watch and you're going to enjoy it. But the TV ratings have not been good in November and December for the NBA. They're down a pretty significant percentage. So it's really done nothing to help that at all.
And, you're right. And I don't know what the NBA can do for basketball ratings during football season. Football is king. And I got to believe there's a lot of people that are a lot like me at home where I have the remote for football on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Thursday.
Yeah.
Right? So my wife, now we agree on shows. I'm not watching crap I don't want to watch. But Tuesday and Wednesday are generally, unless there's a big game, and my wife certainly understands my job because I can say, honey, I got to do this. It's work. Work.
Uh-huh.
But generally speaking, Tuesday and Wednesday, we're not watching sports. Or on the second TV with no sound, I can have basketball on all I want. But, we're going to watch something, whether it's Landman or The Penguin tonight or whatever it is she decides we're watching.
The Penguin, huh?
Dude, have you not watched that on
not
HBO?
Seen that. No.
Little Tony Soprano-ish.
Yeah.
Not bad. There was something else, I forget what it's called, that we started watching. But that's what we do. It's one episode, sometimes two, but a variety of shows, just so you don't run through something good all on one Tuesday night. That said, I'm tonight's game, I don't know. Now, I look at a guy like Edwin. He's all things Milwaukee. He's probably all down for this game tonight because, he's going to, hopefully watch his team win a championship and then go on Fanatics and order an in-season tournament championship T-shirt and hat.
He might do that. It's the only thing that irritates me a little bit about Edwin. He's such a nice guy. He's a Milwaukee Brewers fan, which is really a character issue for me.
Really?
Yeah, it's almost as bad as being a Cub fan.
Almost.
Yeah. But, that's the only flaw he's got. That's it.
Yeah,
other than that, he's a good dude.
He's got other flaws.
He's a good dude.
He's got other flaws. But, his choice in teams is very, very questionable.
I'm actually a Spurs fan.
Spurs fan?
The only team in Wisconsin I root for is the Brewers.
Yeah. See, so he's not a Bucks fan.
Okay.
There you go.
I thought you were everything Milwaukee.
No, and I'm certainly not a Packers fan either. I was born into a Cowboys family.
All right.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, I don't blame him. And we get rid of that Brewers habit, he'd be perfect.
Well, he likes beer.
Well, I don't think he does.
That's the only beer he likes. The Brewers.
They make the beer.
One of the other things that's interesting with the NBA, and you wonder if it's something that Adam Silver will address. Like today, they addressed the All-Star game and officially made some changes there. But when you have influential people like Shaq and Charles openly bitching about today's NBA game and the three-pointer, and we all know three is better than two, but Shaq was on a podcast the other day, and we've had to clean some of this up. But Shaq's not a fan of the current state of the NBA game.
Well, this game we're watching now, I don't know what the we're watching now. It's terrible.
I think it's
up when Wemba is throwing 3 points. Get
I
your
hate
ass
it.
in the middle.
I hate it. I hate
What are you doing? It's corny.
I hate we've lost chasing the mystery. What I mean by that, every morning we had a shoot around to try to solve, like, how the are we going to stop Ewing? How are we going to stop Kevin Garnett? How are we going to stop Michael Jordan and his triangle?
Yeah.
How are we going to stop Utah and a million pick and rolls? Now, they're switching. I saw Lakers were playing the Spurs, and you have Austin Reed on Wembanyama. I turned the TV off. How you switch a 5'11" guy on a 7'5" and expect him to be? I'm like, come on, man.
Interesting. So they're complaining there's too many three-pointers. That's the main complaint. And Shaq says the league is soft. He says that. And look, when Shaq played, it was a much more physical league.
Yes.
It certainly was. But it has turned into a three-point shooting league. There's not a lot of pick and rolls anymore. There's not a lot of slam dunks anymore. I mean, you just don't see it. It is a three-point shooting league. Some people like that. Some people don't. I prefer, I guess, because I'm old like Shaq, and I prefer that style of basketball.
Well, and again, missing a bunch of threes or high percentage twos, eventually you've got to score the basket. I saw a Instagram reel, I don't know, a week or so ago about this is why I hate today's NBA. And basically about 3.5 minutes of a game, there was nothing but three-point attempts and none went in. It was just back and forth down the court, popping threes, not going in, rebound, going back down, shoot a three. They weren't even passing the ball around all that much. And even with an offensive rebound, it was another three, but it was a couple 3 minutes of scoreless basketball with only three-point attempts taken. And it's just like I'm with them because that gets, well, boring.
It really does. There's no strategy. It's just a shooting contest at that point in time. I don't know what you do. And I think you take all of that, and I think a lot of people are bored with it. And when you look at the league, even if you're new to the game and you're just becoming a fan, I mean, I can't even imagine, even a guy like Rob Thompson, I'd like to ask him, do you prefer all these three-point shooters? A guy like Victor Wembanyama, they were complaining about him. I mean, he doesn't go inside. He's not a back to the basket kind of guy. He's a three-point shooter and a passer. And so, is that just the way the game is, and we got to get used to it, or can you ever get back to the way it was?
There's always trends, right? But when you got a guy like, I have no problem with Wemby taking three-pointers. That's part of his arsenal.
Sure.
But it can't be all 3 points. And now, granted, he gets matched up with a 6'2" guy. Take advantage of that mismatch.
Absolutely.
But I don't have a problem with him shooting threes. I just don't want him to think three first. It needs to flow within the offense. And right now it seems like the offense is all on the outside. And, but they're lower percentage shots. So, yes, 3 points is better than two. But if you're shooting the three in the 20% range, I don't know. Go get some high percentage shots and get going.
Well, and I think that's the problem, Jason. I mean, if you're hot from the three-point stripe, yeah, your things look good. But if you go cold from there, do you have the ability to adjust? And I'm just not sure in this day and age that a lot of teams do, and that's an issue.
Definitely an issue. You know what else is an issue?
What's that?
The December transfer portal.
Oh, my gosh.
And this year seems worse than ever before. We'll explain some of the current issues and solve the world problems. We'll do that next here on The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Well, I'll tell you what, let me solve one of your Christmas ideas, gift giving. And this is to yourself. A great gift for yourself, for your family, is a Connecticut quality water softener. Look into it. It would be a great Christmas gift for everybody that you love, everybody that lives in your house, because it is the absolute best water softener on the market. Connecticut's been serving San Antonio and South Texas for over 50 years. And I tell you what, I really think it is a game changer. I've had other water softeners in homes that I've lived in and purchased other water softeners. but my Kinetico quality water softener is head and shoulders above anything that I have ever had. I love it. I can't wait to get up and take a shower in the morning. The clothes feel better. Your dishes look better. Everything is better with a Kinetico quality water softener. It doesn't run on electricity, but the good news is soft water is available to you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And right now, for a limited time, when you purchase a new Kinetico quality water softener, you're going to get a reverse osmosis drinking station installed at your kitchen sink, absolutely free. Purified water right at your kitchen sink. Water will taste better. It's perfect for cooking. Coffee tastes better. All of that. It is for a limited time, however, so don't wait. Call Kinetico today because financing is available. They've even got a rental program for you. Great Christmas gift to you and your family right there in your own home. Give them a call, 656-PURE, 656-7873, or KineticoSA.com. And you know the jingle, sing it with me. It's the last water softener you'll ever own. Call 656-PURE, Kinetico.
The Morning Huddle.
And I went and just opened the closet and grabbed what I thought was a more manly vest.
I wish it would have been your wife's puffy vest.
Well, but the problem was, if I could have zipped it up,
it looks like a life preserver.
That's what it would look like. Is there such thing as a
barely
tube
goes
top
down to his
puffer
ribs?
vest?
Yeah.
Can you make a little tube top puffer vest to cover my, well, I'd say B cups right about now?
The Morning Huddle with AJ and Rob. Weekday mornings 6 to 10. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
At the Home Depot, we know you can't control everything. Like when your guests arrive too early for Saturday college football. But you can control your grill. With the Traeger Timberline XL, you can watch the game, not the grill. Monitor your football feast from anywhere using the Traeger app. With the Timberline XL, you can bake, smoke, sear, fry, and saute. That's Desmond Howard level versatility.
Huddle up, the food's done.
Defend your game time with Traeger and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at tryethos.com. That's tryethos.com.
Do you lay awake at night worrying about what to buy everyone on your holiday list? Yeah, it's stressful. And half the time you don't even get the right thing. Well, Skechers is here for a holiday rescue with hands-free Skechers slip-ins. The right gift for everyone on your list. Think about it. People love their shoes. And once they try hands-free Skechers slip-ins, it takes that love to a whole new level. Why? Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching your shoes, no retying laces. Plus, Skechers slip-ins are perfect for everyone. Moms, dads, grandparents, kids, friends, coworkers. Just sneak into their closet, get their shoe size, and you're good to go. Plus, they come in everyone's favorite styles and colors, from sneakers to casual shoes, even winter boots. And they look so stylish, and they're the most comfortable shoes they'll ever wear. So, this season, save time, quit your worrying, and get everyone on your list hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Holiday crisis averted. Now go get some rest. Find them for the holidays at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
America's Diamond has never sold lab-grown diamonds, and we warned our clients, friends, and neighbors that wholesale prices would crash to almost nothing. 2-carat GVS2 lab-grown diamonds are currently being traded at wholesale for $264, but some jewelers are still selling them online for $3,000 to $4,000. Repeat, wholesale $264, retail $3,000 to $4,000. Some retailers are selling 1-carat lab-grown diamonds for under $300, and others are giving them away for free with purchase. Lab-grown diamonds are very easy to detect with gemological equipment. Tens of millions of carats are produced in huge factories in China and India, using a tremendous amount of subsidized electricity supplied by coal-burning power plants. America's Diamond has only offered traditional, real, natural earth-grown diamonds that are rare, extremely beautiful, and have had real value for centuries. See our television program tonight on ABC KSAT 12 at 12:35 a.m. or right now at americasdiamond.com.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's. That means it's time to save big on your next job. Right now, get your choice of 5-gallon pails of Valspar Signature Ceiling Paint or HGTV Home by Sherwin Williams Flat Ceiling Paint for just $148. Plus, get it delivered to your job site with free same-day delivery when you order by 2 p.m. Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 12/20. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Santa's coming to town and he's stopping at Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit in Selma. Stop by this Wednesday, December 18th, and let your four-legged family member meet Santa and take pictures while you enjoy the cozy, caring boarding facilities. Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit in Selma, where pets are family.
Transform your water with Kinetico. For a limited time, receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station, $400 off with trade-in, and 0% interest for 12 months with approved credit. Don't wait. Offer ends soon.
Call 656-PURE Kinetico.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1, San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Heard the promo. We're going to be at the Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit Doggy Daycare tomorrow out in Selma, up I-35 near Gilman Honda. Santa will be there taking pictures with you and your dogs. It's going to be a fun time. We're also going to have one of those replica Texas Rangers World Series rings to give away tomorrow at the Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit. We'll also have a World Series ring on Thursday when we're live out at the Chicken and Pickle with our friends from Flight by Yingling. And we're giving away a World Series ring right now on Instagram.
Right now on Instagram. All you have to do is follow us, SA Sports Star, right?
Yep.
On Instagram. Make sure you're following us. And send the message, Arch Manning. Because he's the one that should be starting Saturday against Clemson.
Says Joe Reinagel.
Yes.
Now, it's interesting. So send the direct message at 5 o'clock. Ryan's going to put everybody that does that in a name generator deal and pick a winner. Again, make sure you're following at SA Sports Star, direct message, Arch Manning, and you'll have a chance at winning that World Series replica ring. It's interesting because a lot of stories as the playoffs are about to get started. Let's talk Arch and Quinn Ewers. And I don't know how true they are. We'll get into it a lot, I'm sure, tomorrow with Bob Ballou when he joins us from KI Television in Austin. But the idea that there are schools recruiting Quinn, apparently, because we know Arch is going to take over. If Quinn doesn't go to the NFL, he's got eligibility left. Could he go to Oregon for $5 million or Ohio State for $5 million or whatever the bidding ends up being? Either way, the kid's going to get paid. His draft stock seems to have taken a major hit.
A major hit. Major hit. Yeah, I mean, he just has not had a good year. I mean, he really hasn't. It's funny because my post on Instagram from a couple of weeks ago where I called for Arch Manning to start instead of Quinn Ewers, I still get comments there. And it's really 50-50 at this point in time. Everybody, Quinn's been great. He's this, he's that, and then there's the, yeah, you're right. But he hasn't had a good year this year. He really hasn't. It's been way down from what he's done before. And I'm not bagging on Quinn Ewers just to bag on the guy. He's been good for Texas. But this year, not so much. And he has a hard time staying healthy.
Well, and again, right now, Quinn is starting a playoff game Saturday. Texas plays Clemson. He's the starter.
Mm-hmm.
But he's also trying to figure out his future. Rhett Lashlee, he's getting ready to play a hell of a playoff game, transfer portal window, and he says that he's got other coaches are talking to his current players while they're getting ready for the portal.
I mean, it's terrible. I feel so awful for our kids and kids around the country. We talk about making a system that is all great for them, but we haven't. I mean, that's part of your job as adults is to do what's best for young people, not what they want necessarily. And they don't want this. Yes, they want the ability to transfer and go where they want to go if they don't like their situation. Yes, they want the ability to make money on their name, image, and likeness. Neither one of those are bad things. There's no other sport at all that has free agency in the season. It's sad. It's terrible.
It is. He's right. And I can't even imagine trying to prepare. If you're SMU, you're in the playoffs, you're trying to prepare for a tough game at Penn State, And you got to worry about keeping your players there instead of them bouncing off into the portal.
It's crazy. So the portal window opened December 9th, closes December 28th. Players whose teams made it to the college football playoff have a 5-day window to enter starting the day after their season ends. So, but they can be in it now and still participate with their team.
It's up to the team, right, or the coach?
Yes, yeah, every coach. But, I mean, you've got starters. Or you look at Penn State. You know, their starter said on coming back, so their backups hit the portal. And, again, kind of like what we're dealing with here in San Antonio. Eddie Lee Marburger, backup quarterback, hit the portal. Jeff Traylor has said all along, this is the good of the portal because Eddie Lee Marburger is a player that could play at a lot of places, but they've got a starter, and if he wants to play, he needs to go somewhere else. But I like the way Jeff Traylor said it the other day, that don't blame the kids. This is not on these players.
I've said this and I mean this. This is not the kids' fault. This is the adults' fault. We're the ones that have messed this up. We got a football calendar going for playoffs, for bowls, that doesn't match up with an academic calendar. The classes end in December. They start again in January. The kids are the ones being caught in the middle of all this stuff. So you have two things working against each other. You have an academic calendar, you got football season we all want finished. And everybody gets mad at kids, and the kids are in a bad spot. And the problem is when a coach tries to explain it, it sounds like we're complaining, and we're just describing what's really going on right now. So I don't see how you hold it against the kids because they're in a tough position. That's a lot to be thinking about. You got so many of them don't have anybody that even understands what to tell them. Some of them don't even have good people around them. They just don't. Some do. The ones that have good advisors around them, they make really good decisions. Those ones that don't, they just have their coaches. It's just their coaches. And I feel for them. I feel for the kids. And they're looked at as in the wrong here, and really the adults are the ones that messed all this up.
I totally agree with Jeff Traylor there. And to me, there's an easy fix. Hear me out. You know how if you're a coach in the NFL and somebody wants to interview you for a job, they can't do that until your season is over. Stagger the portal. If you're not in a bowl game and you want to jump in the portal, you have that opportunity. But if your team is playing in a bowl game or in the playoffs, you're not allowed to be talked to. You're not allowed to be approached. Once your bowl game is over, you've got X number of days to get into the portal and talk to whomever you want. To me, that makes perfect sense. And Lashlee wants to do away with the December portal. I'm all for that too. Problem there is what Jeff Traylor just said, classes start in January.
I just Googled spring semesters typically start in January. A&M, I don't know why this says 23, starts January 17th. The 2025 spring semester at Texas begins January 13th. And mid-January is about right.
That's about right, sure.
And the championship game is played on the 20th. My only issue with your theory, Ryan Egel, is you get an advantage if you're a player hitting the portal when your season ends before some of these other teams. And I don't know if that's good or bad because coaches might be waiting to see who else is coming. I think it needs to all happen at the same time. When is the vast majority of the bowl games over? And it would be a shorter window, and it would be insane. Jeff Traylor would probably roll his eyes at this idea, but January, let's see, the Texas State North Texas game is what, January 3rd? Are there any other bowl games after that? January 2nd, after all the New Year's bowls are over, if you want to go in the portal, you go in the portal, and you have until the 10th. If you're in the playoffs, you're stuck. You got to stay with your team. Because
I could get on that.
I just think you have to. I don't know that a staggered window is beneficial because what you would have is, all right, I'm looking at you, but I'm not really offering you, but stay over here because if I can find that guy over there, I'd rather have him if he hits the portal. Well, and I just think you would have too much back channeling if it were staggered.
There's a benefit to playing well. If you're a good player, you're most likely playing in a bowl game. If you're not, well, then maybe you're not as good as the other guy. And You have some incentive then to get on a team that's better and going to be playing in the postseason. I just think you got to do something, because what's happening now, and these coaches, and I know nobody feels sorry for college football coaches, and that's fine. But if you're preparing for the biggest game of your college career, which the SMU Mustangs are, and the head coach can't worry about getting you prepared for Penn State. He's got to be on the phone, and he's got to be talking to you and convincing you not to leave, or whatever the case may be, or trying to get you more money to stay. That's wrong. And it should not be a detriment if you're preparing for a game. And it's just another example of the fecklessness of the NCAA. I mean, it just is. Because they've got no imagination, none whatsoever, and they never have.
Well, and I think Traylor said it right. We all get mad at the kids, and we shouldn't, because the calendars don't match up. And I think maybe one of the – outside of getting rid of the December portal window, which I'm totally fine with.
Absolutely.
Maybe because, I mean, they're pro athletes at this point anyway with all the NIL stuff. Aren't there, what do they call, flex classes you could take so you're not there for the full semester, but they're shorter, so you're enrolled in some sort of, basket weaving class or whatever it might be. Because really why you want to transfer in December and get to your new spot is so you can go through the offseason and spring practice. So, and with transferring and short eligibility to the place, the more practice, the better. Or do colleges, which benefit financially greatly from what we're seeing from college athletics, do they push back the spring semester to start maybe later in January, push it by a week or two to allow and have a little bit more of synergy with the athletic calendar to go with the academic calendar?
They're going to have to do something, but again, it's the NCAA doesn't do anything. And again, you're going to have, I think, a countrywide rule. I mean, because states are going rogue. California started this whole thing.
Yep.
And so, the entire country's got to be under one rule. States can't go rogue and make their own rules. And so that's part of the problem. So there's a lot to be worked out here. But I just think it's unfortunate that we're getting ready for the first college football playoff. Everybody's excited about that. And coaches, instead of preparing their team for those games, have to worry about whether guys are going to leave or not.
Well, and quite frankly, the players are more worried about – I don't want to say more worried. They're adding to what is already a busy time for them, the idea of looking and taking recruiting calls, visits, and thinking about where they want to live or who's going to give them the best chance to play. By the way, how much money are they going to make? And you look at Quinn Ewers. If he truly is considering coming back to college next year, and it won't be on the 40 acres, he is the starting quarterback. I mean, it's one thing when you're talking about a backup, but you've got a starting quarterback for a team that could go win a national championship. What are the rules there? If all of a sudden, classes are starting at Oregon and his report date is X and Longhorns haven't been eliminated. And again, Jeff Traylor just said, don't be mad at the kid. And I think we do get mad at the kids, but should we? Because they've got deadlines. They've got timelines with pretty major life decisions that they are trying to make when, quite frankly, are they even old enough to make said decision?
Some of them are if they're 21 years old.
Although that doesn't mean they're old enough.
Well,
I mean, you know what I'm saying.
Legally they are, but hopefully they've got family. Hopefully they've got somebody that's they're representing them and telling them how it is. I just when it comes to a guy like Quinn Ewers, I can't imagine. And again, it is his future, and if he wants to get paid and somebody offers, I could see an Ole Miss. Another SEC team offering this guy something to go play and paying him pretty well, in a team that's not involved in the playoffs, and say, come on, we'll pay you X, but you got to come now. No. And can you imagine a guy like that saying, okay, adios, Arch, good luck?
Well, and I mean, you look at it, and like Rhett Lashlee from SMU said, I mean, This isn't new. This has been going on now for a couple years, and we still haven't figured it out.
We gotta look long and hard at the schedule. Coaches have been saying this for the last 3 or 4 years with all these changes. And what happens is we just make all these random changes because we don't want to get sued, or we don't want to do this, or we don't want to do that. And we don't think about the long-term effects it has on the young people that we're supposed to be serving. So I hate it. I hate it for our players. I told them that Monday, I hate it that you get a chance to play in the college football playoff, yet you are either forced to decide, do I go in the portal or not? Or let's call it like it is. People are bombarding our roster, trying to pick people off our roster, and we're trying to focus on the playoff. Oh, and they got finals. Oh, and it just goes on and on and on. So, yeah, it's real easy. Don't have a transfer portal in December.
Yeah.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
Just do away with it. The free agent period in the NFL is a window of time. And that's it. And that's the way it should be in college. There shouldn't be 2 transfer portals. There shouldn't. If you go with a team in the summer or whenever the other portal opens up, then you're stuck with them for a year.
I got an idea. Transfer portal window opens the day after the national championship game.
Perfect.
The spring semester, those kids, you're not going to class anywhere. But you are allowed to practice with your new team and live there and go in the dorms. And if there's some sort of class schedule with the flex scheduling, but essentially you lose a semester of academic part because you're not there for day one of classes. But because they want the December windows to go through spring ball. And quite frankly, if you're leaving A&M and you're going to UTSA, Elko doesn't want you hanging around at A&M right now knowing you're not going to be a part of the team. So that allows you get that little exception. You could be on campus, go to practice, even though you're not enrolled in classes because you've got the portal tag on you.
If a couple of yahoos like us can come up with a couple of ideas, you would think people that are paid lots of money to think of these things could come up with something. But again, what I'm afraid of, it may take an act of Congress, literally, to fix this thing for everybody, so everyone is playing under the same rules. Because that may be great, and somebody in Texas may say, Jason, that's a hell of an idea. We'll do that. And then California said, Jason, that idea sucks, and we're not doing it. It's got to be nationwide. It has to be.
And the NCAA has no teeth. And when we were talking with the commissioner of the American Athletic Conference on Friday up at Army-Navy Radio Row, Mr. Panetti, he did say, government needs to get involved here. And I've joked, how often do we actually ask for the government to get involved? But you're right, because the NCAA needs to make a rule, but then you might have public schools that say, okay, we'll go with that, but private schools might say, no, we're not going to do that. If you're practicing, you've got to be enrolled in classes. You just need to eliminate that rule and have the portal start after the national championship game, and you just forego a spring semester, which means you'll be behind for graduation purposes if your goal is to get a diploma. And maybe that might make you think about, do I really want to lose a semester? Do I really want to be that far behind on the academic side if that is your priority, especially if you're one that isn't likely destined to the NFL? And maybe that would make a kid decide to stay where he's at because he doesn't want to get behind the academic calendar.
Yeah, well, he could, but how many NFL players go back to school once they've started their NFL career? It happens all the time. And if that's your goal, and if you're good enough to reach the NFL level and you didn't finish school, go back. You can get your degree then.
But the kids that aren't in the NFL, you've got another semester that you're going to have to go through when football is probably not involved,
and that's fine.
And that's fine.
Sure.
But that could factor in your decision.
Good. Well, I think we solved the problem. Oh, that's a great idea, Jim. Now the suits that actually have to have some teeth with those rules need to get together.
What do you guys think? 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. On Twitter, at Joe Reinagle 210, at Jason Minix. On Instagram, at sasportstar.com. Couple more minutes. Ryan's going to pick a winner, so you got a chance still to direct message at SA Sportstar for your chance to win that World Series ring. Direct message Arch Manning for that. you think about all the college football playoffs, and the portal is a story when it comes to the college football playoffs. Certainly, there's certainly something that we'll all continue to watch and pay attention to. The Cowboys owner gave a strong endorsement, high grades, if you will, for his defensive coordinator today.
Nice.
And his head coach. Let's get into that coming up here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Have you been putting off getting your T levels checked? Why drag through days with low energy potentially caused by low testosterone? Your testosterone levels start to decline in your 30s. So make the holiday resolution to take care of yourself and go to Synergenics. I recommend the health providers at Synergenics Testosterone and Weight Loss because their personalized TRT goes beyond standard treatments. Best thing for you to do for yourself, book that first appointment now at synergenicshealth.com. If you're feeling a loss of energy and drive, could be caused by low T. Get checked at Synergenics Testosterone and Weight Loss. Don't put it off. Not all TRT is the same. At Synergenics, you'll get a personally optimized TRT treatment plan from providers who specialize in testosterone therapy. They're also experts with weight loss. Synergenics offers weight loss management with affordable prescription GLP-1 plans. Don't wait. Book that initial appointment now at synergenicshealth.com. SYNERGENX health.com for Synergenics Testosterone and Weight Loss.
This is The Blitz with Jason and Joe. Afternoons 2 to 6. KTFM Floresville. And everywhere at sasportstar.com. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, South Texas home for Texas A&M football. Friday night, December 27th at 9:30. The Aggies head to Sin City to take on the USC Trojans in the Las Vegas Bowl. Presented by Ewald Kubota and the Angry Elephant. Pre-game coverage begins at 8:30 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. At Diamonds Direct, we have hundreds of styles that are ready to be wrapped and put under the tree. No need to wait for shipping. For some fabulous ideas before you head to the store, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. We've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Wesley Financial Group and its founder, Chuck McDowell, have helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now. Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide free explaining how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call Wesley Financial Group, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Once again, 800-761-0000.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
Ho, ho, ho! Is your furry family member ready to meet Santa? We'll bring them to Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit in Selma this Wednesday, December 18th for Pictures with Santa. While you're there, meet the caring team and learn more about the amazing services, daycare, boarding, and grooming, all designed with your pet's health and happiness in mind. And guess what? Military, teachers, and first responders enjoy exclusive discounts as a thank you. Don't miss this chance to celebrate the season with your four-legged friends. Santa is waiting at Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit in Selma.
JCPenney has more gifts, bigger savings for every holiday wish list. Celebrate the season that never stops giving. From denim to diamonds, PJs to perfume, and mixers to massagers, we're giving you more options than ever at a value that helps you give a little extra. Looking for more bright ideas? We've got the big brands everyone wants. From Levi's to Legos, there's more to love for them and you. All the deals, all the feels, all the gifts to go around. JCPenney, make it count.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Buyers Barricades is proud to provide traffic control, rental, and sales for work zones and events in the San Antonio area and beyond. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more online at buyersbarricades.com. That's buyersbarricades.com.
Rock's Discount Vitamins wants to wish you and yours a very happy holidays and a healthy new year. Right now through Christmas, receive a free $10 gift card for yourself with a $50 Rock's card purchase or a free $20 gift card with a $100 Rock's card purchase. Losing weight, building muscle, or just getting healthy, let Rock's get you ready for the new year. With 12 area locations, find one nearest you at rocksdiscount.com. Rock's thanks God and you for all the support.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
Congratulations to UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor. He's been named as one of 5 inductees to the 2025 Texas High School Coaches Association Hall of Honor. Congratulations, Coach. And congratulations to former quarterback Michael Vick. He's been named as the head coach of Norfolk State. Wow, how about that? Not bad at all. The tip-off tonight for the in-season tournament, Milwaukee in Oklahoma City.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the 3rd time in 7 seasons, the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday. Can you say Norfolk?
Norfolk?
Norfolk
State.
You can't say that fast.
There are lots of jokes in the Navy about Norfolk, but yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure there is.
Yeah.
As in you don't want to be there, huh? Because no action.
That's a great spot.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Norfolk is, near Virginia Beach. Well, any big Navy town, there's
always something. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I was just like Michael Vick, head coach at Norfolk State.
Well, you got to say it like you're from Virginia, then it's not an issue.
Right. Yeah. And that is how they say it.
Yes.
But we can't say that on the radio.
Well, it depends on where you're at.
I guess. Yeah. Interesting. Well, hey, congrats to Michael Vick. What a trend now, I guess, huh? Former players going into coaching. Jason Witten did it. Obviously, Deion Sanders. Michael Vick. You got Trent Dilfer, who is still employed, right? At one of the American schools.
He is.
So, yeah, nice.
Good for all. I mean, former players turning into coaches, and you think when you look at Jerry Jones and the Cowboys coaching staff search, if there is a search, if Jerry would do something like that, you mentioned a Jason Witten, his name has come up quite a bit. You look at what Matt Campbell has been able to do at the NFL level, and when you're seeing it a lot in the college ranks. You know, Ron Rivera, who we talked to last week at Army Navy Radio Row. I think for so many, because he played in the 80s, you forget that he used to be a player, and a hell of a player, on that 85 Bears team that won a Super Bowl, right? You sometimes you forget that, those guys were players. I mean, I think, we will never forget Andy Reid, because they always show him in that punt pass kick competition when he was like 12 and 5 feet taller than everybody else, right? I mean, but, a lot of these guys had playing careers, but at what level? And you look at the Cowboys, Jerry Jones has historically hired a coach with head coaching experience at the National Football League level. And for the last several weeks, it seems the thought of Mike McCarthy returning is growing steam as opposed to who's going to be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
I think Mike McCarthy, it looks like, 6 weeks ago, I'd have told you there's no way. He's gone. He's not going to come back. But as the season has gone on, the Cowboys have started to play better football and more importantly, win football games. I think all of that has changed. And if you're Jerry Jones, I think for Jerry, if he does keep Mike McCarthy, it's going to be, at what length of time do you keep Mike McCarthy? And will it be an incentive-laden type of contract for a Mike McCarthy? And would Mike McCarthy go for that? There's all kinds of questions. But I think the next 3 games are going to tell a lot. A little bit tougher competition with Tampa Bay this week. And then you got Philadelphia and Washington to end the season. So we'll see how things go to end this campaign.
Now, I hear Jerry Jones talking, and quite frankly, sounds very similar to things that he said about Jason Garrett when that season was winding down. And, Jason Garrett didn't get fired. He didn't get renewed, and he was coming to work every day until his key card didn't work on the last day of his contract. You wonder what will happen. But Jerry Jones today gives both Mike Zimmer and Mike McCarthy, his words, high grades for what they've done this year.
Well, in a way, I do. And especially after the last ball games. And but I think you're seeing the best of Mike Zimmer. And maybe, I shouldn't say that. You're beginning to see some of the best, but maybe the best is still ahead of us. But he's been real impressive now, putting that defense together with the attrition that we've had with availability with our players. So I give him that. Mike, I don't know how you cannot say that his team has shown that they'll handle adversity, and he can get you there with the injury situation impacting the availability of those players. I hate to keep repeating that, but it's so obvious. And yet have that team playing at the level it's playing. So, I give them both high grades this year.
High grades. So what is that, an A, a B, C+?
He didn't say he was offering him a contract. You just got good grades.
Good grades. That'll look good on the resume. If I had to bet right now, my bet would be that Mike McCarthy would be back. If the season were over right now, I think McCarthy would be back. I don't think it would be a long-term contract, though. I think it would be something short. Maybe to coincide with Dak Prescott. 4 years, 3 years, something like that. I don't think it'll be a 5-year deal this time around. I think it'd be a little less than that.
Maybe. And again, Mike McCarthy has to agree to it. Keep in mind, Mike McCarthy hired a new agent last offseason.
Yes, he did. And there's going to be a lot of openings.
There will be a lot of openings. So, but I heard similar things from Jerry Jones about Jason Garrett as he was in December of, his final year. And Jason Garrett and Jerry Jones, man, that's family. And Jerry made that decision despite the lip service he provided in December. So I don't know how much of that I actually believe. Sure, high grades, but you ain't coming back here.
Yeah.
Which certainly could still be a possibility. What does Charean Williams think? We'll pick her brain coming up next here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Got a big game in the NBA tonight. There's a trophy on the line between Oklahoma City and Milwaukee. Want to make that more interesting for you? Go download the Underdog Fantasy app and start playing the Pick'em game, where you can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on player stats. A lot of fun to play. Over 5 million happy players have won a whole lot of money playing the Pick'em game at Underdog Fantasy. And this season, Underdog is running a special promo or bonus almost every single day, like Profit Boost, where you can pump up your winnings in just a tap when you apply the boost to eligible entries. They've got discounts with adjusted projections on certain player stats to give you a better shot at the W, and free picks, a sure thing basically. Player just has to get higher than 0.5 for that pick to win. All new users get a free pick. So download the Underdog Fantasy app. Sign up with promo code STAR. Deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. Promo code STAR. Must be 18 or over, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Again, use promo code STAR when you sign up at Underdog Fantasy.
It's showtime. Let's do it. It's fun time. Here we go.
South Texas home of the 12-team college football playoff is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. All of the matchups are brought to you by Ewald Kubota and the Break Room Bar. You like that? Hear every game on South Texas' first and only FM sports station. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Hello, my name is Jason Thompson. I'm an attorney here in San Antonio, and since 1994, I've been representing people and families seriously injured by negligent drivers. I think everyone knows that driving while using a cell phone, texting, posting videos is dangerous. Study after study shows that use of a cell phone like this is the same or worse than driving under the influence. Yet, many people insist on using their cell phones while driving. I've had many cases where my client was injured by one of these people because they chose to use their cell phone. Who are these people? You and I have both seen them, probably today. Men, women, old, young, minivan drivers, truck drivers, 18-wheeler drivers. I know this. The same person that chooses to use their cell phone while driving is the same person who will lie about it later, just to avoid taking responsibility. If you choose to use a cell phone while driving and hurt someone, you'd better hope they don't call me. If you or a family member has been injured in a vehicle collision, call me. Jason Thompson, 210-900-0400. That's 210-900-0400.
Santa's coming to town, and he's stopping at Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit in Selma. Stop by this Wednesday, December 18th, and let your four-legged family member meet Santa and take pictures while you enjoy the cozy, caring boarding facilities. Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit in Selma, where pets are family.
At the Institute for Functional Health, we are dedicated to helping you live life fully, playing with your kids, golfing, and feeling great without relying on pills. We're not about treating symptoms temporarily. We're about extending your health span, the years you live in good health. I'm Dr. Torres, and for over a decade, my team has transformed lives by tackling health issues at the root. Tired of medications without real answers? Take control of your health with us. Call 210-468-1891 for a free Discovery Day consultation or visit IFFhealth.com. Improve your health span today.
Transform your water with Connecticut. For a limited time, receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station, $400 off with trade-in, and 0% interest for 12 months with approved credit. Don't wait. Offer ends soon.
Call 656-PURE, Connecticut.
When you are just craving something salty and packs a crunch, Southern Recipe Pork Rinds is your crunch time decision. Game day just got a whole lot crunchier thanks to the powerhouse snack, Southern Recipe Pork Rinds. We're talking about crispy, golden bites of pure awesomeness. Pork rinds are your MVP snack. And get this, they're low carb and high in protein, so you can keep the energy high without the guilt. Don't settle for ordinary on game day. Grab yourself a bag of Southern Recipe Pork Rinds at H-E-B today.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay, things people love.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Always a pleasure to talk with Mother Football. Charean Williams from Pro Football Talk joining us on the Buyers Barricades at guest line. Charean, Jerry Jones today said he would give both Mike McCarthy and Mike Zimmer high grades for this year. And I get where he's coming from, but he obviously didn't say, and they get new contracts. Because didn't we hear similar comments from Jerry in December of Jason Garrett's final year with the Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah, I wouldn't read too much into that. Now, we all know Jerry listens to people he respects, and the fact that Troy Aikman, Dak Prescott, Micah Parsons have come out in support of Mike McCarthy carry some weight with Jerry Jones. But is Mike McCarthy going to be back? I don't know. I still think that's a huge question mark. Does he want to be back? I think that's another separate question because, even if the Cowboys want him back, Mike McCarthy might say, I've had enough of this. I'm going to go look around somewhere else. If I had to guess, I think Jerry would like to have Mike McCarthy back for one more year and see what happens. Since they had so many injuries this year, it wasn't a real great test of Mike McCarthy's coaching and everything else, but they're still playing hard for him, so you give him credit there. But he's not going to take a one-year contract, and I don't think Jerry wants to give him a long-term contract. So if I had to bet on it, I would bet that Mike McCarthy will not be the coach of the Cowboys in 2025, which is what we thought all along.
Wow, that's interesting that you say that because 6 weeks ago, Charean, I would have said there's no way Mike McCarthy's coming back. And then all of a sudden the tide is kind of turned, and now I'm like you, I'm really not sure. And if he does come back, would he want Mike Zimmer as his defensive coordinator? I mean, there's so many things to figure out because I think Mike was just Zimmer, that is, I think just a Band-Aid.
Yeah, and absolutely. And the other thing is, when you change coaches or change quarterbacks, you better have a better one that you're going to replace him with. I just don't know who's better. Like, I'm not super sold on Mike McCarthy like everybody else, but who out there is better? Is Mike Vrabel better? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, his resume certainly isn't as good. I think Mike Vrabel's a good coach. I also think Mike Vrabel has interest from the Raiders. So I just don't know who is out there that I guess fires up this fan base. To me, there's no one out there that is going to come in here and the fan base going, hey, we got to go buy season tickets because, this guy's the coach and he's going to turn this team around. I just don't see anybody out there that's going to do that. Now, think of a lot of coaches from Sean McVay to Kyle Shanahan. If they were to come in here, I think that would fire up the fan base, but they're not going to get those guys. So there's just nobody I see right now that they could hire that's going to excite the fan base. So do you give Mike McCarthy another shot because of that? And how many years do you offer him and how many years will he take to come back? Because I don't think he's going to come back for 1 year. It would have to probably at least be 2 years, and he might not even come back for 2 years. I don't know. They've created a mess, frankly, just like everything else that they've created a mess of over the last couple of years.
Charean Williams from Pro Football Talk joining us here on The Blitz. When Jerry is making the decision on who is the next coach, because quite frankly, bringing back Mike McCarthy probably doesn't excite the fan base. A guy like Ron Rivera won't excite the fan base.
No.
Is Jerry, how much do you think that weighs on Jerry when making a decision on his head coach?
Oh, I might have answered that differently 5 years ago. I think it would have been important to him. I just don't think that's real important to him anymore. I don't think that signing free agents and winning is all that important to him anymore. He's made the Hall of Fame. You only go into the Hall of Fame once. Not going to go into the Hall of Fame again. There's really nothing left for him to accomplish except the opportunity to win another Super Bowl. He's won 3. And I know it's been a long time. But I'm saying from Jerry's perspective, is that what he's out there for? It just doesn't seem like to me that he's as motivated to do what it takes for the Cowboys to try to win a championship as he was 5 years ago or 10 years ago or however far back you want to go. I just don't know that that's what motivates him all that much anymore. If it is, then he certainly isn't showing it by the product he's put on the field, by what he's spent in free agency, by what he's spent on players. I mean, you could have signed all these players a long time ago, as we all know. I'm talking about Dak Prescott, Micah Parsons, CeeDee Lamb, et cetera. You could have signed them much earlier and saved more money to go spend on free agency, but that just doesn't seem like it's a real high priority for the Cowboys right now. So I don't know, to answer your question, but I don't think that really matters to him anymore. I think he still sees and believes, and it happens, that fans are still going to go to the game. They're still going to buy merchandise. They're still going to watch on TV. We saw that on Thanksgiving Day, and so nothing's going to change until fans start showing with their pocketbooks their displeasure.
Interesting that you say that, and maybe that happens. It seemed to happen out in Oxnard a little bit this year, where there weren't near as many fans out there as there normally is. Charean, you kind of hit the nail on the head that I mean, there's a lot of areas the Cowboys need some help in, and I think in the offseason they're going to lose some more players as well. The other big story was the story, I guess it came out of Ian Rappaport, about the Cowboys hadn't closed the door on trading Micah Parsons. Do you see that as something that could happen?
No, I don't think so. I think Micah Parsons is going to be a Cowboy. Now, they're going to wait, and Micah's going to hold out of the offseason program, and he's going to hold out of training camp if it gets that far, and it probably does, because this is the Cowboys' history, and they sign him right before the start of the season, and he's not ready to come in and play at the beginning of the season. We see this over and over and over. It just repeats itself, rinse, repeat. So I think that's probably how that plays out. But I expect him to be a Cowboy. I expect him to be a Cowboy long term. You just don't trade. I mean, if somebody comes in and offers him a Deshaun Watson type deal, give me 3 first-round draft picks, I'm trading Micah Parsons. Nobody's going to offer 3 first-round draft picks for Micah Parsons. So if they offer you anything less than that, you're not trading Micah Parsons. You don't trade one of the top players in football, much less non-quarterbacks. He's right up there in the top 5 of non-quarterbacks in the NFL, I would say, at least the top 10. And so you just don't trade those types of players unless you're going to get a whole bunch of picks, high picks that are going to rebuild your team. And I don't see anybody offering as much as 3 first-rounders, which in my mind is what it would take before I'd even answer the phone, would be 3 first-round draft picks. If you're not offering 3 first-round draft picks, we have nothing to talk about. So, the Cowboys have done crazy stuff. I don't think that would be among the craziest of all time. I just can't see them doing that and trading Micah Parsons. And back to the coach for one quick, I didn't even say this, but are we even sure that coaches are going to be interested in this job? If they have opportunities, is Mike Vrabel going to be interested in this job? I mean, I've heard he has interest, but I don't know that for a fact. But if he has interest somewhere else, would he go somewhere else? I mean, to me, this is not a good job. I just, with what they're doing in free agency and the money they're spending on, and Stephen Jones talked about this in the Ian Rappaport story, how much they're spending on their top few players, it doesn't leave a whole lot of money for everything else. So kudos for drafting those guys. Bad on them for not signing them sooner and saving some money. But again, I just, if I'm a coach and I have other opportunities and there's a better team out there that I think I have a chance to win, that's going to spend in free agency, that has some draft picks, and I don't know. I think other teams that are going to be open that if I'm a coach who's wanted, I would probably look at instead of the Cowboys. And I know it's the Cowboys, it's America's team. I get all that. But as long as it's been since they've won, there's a reason it's been this long since they've won. And the only thing that's been consistent since 1995 is the owner.
Absolutely. Charean Williams from Pro Football Talk here on the Blitz. What I find interesting is, you're right, does Mike McCarthy want to come back? Friday, we were in Washington, D.C. for Army-Navy, for the Army-Navy game, and on their Radio Row, we did talk with Ron Rivera. I called it a pre-interview that Joe and I did for Jerry, just helping him out. And there's interest there because Ron said he's been off for a year doing some radio and some media work. He wants to get back into coaching. He would be interested in the Cowboys, but I asked him, what are some of the things that you look at first? And owner and quarterback are high priorities. You've got a quarterback, but do you really want to work for Jerry Jones? But with only 32 jobs and only a handful of openings, how picky, if you want to coach, are you when it comes to an attractive job?
Yeah, and that's what I said. If it's a coach who has other opportunities, but there are going to be coaches out there, and Ron Rivera very well may be one, who don't have multiple opportunities. They are not that wanted. And I think the Cowboys, I think we all agree on this. They're not going to be in it for the hot coordinator. I don't see them going out and hiring an Aaron Glenn or a Ben Johnson or whoever we want to name as their next head coach. I just don't see that happening. I think it's going to be a guy who's been a head coach before. The only one I would say they'll probably, assuming they move on from Mike McCarthy, the only guy they would really be interested in who's a coordinator who's never been a head coach is Kellen Moore. I think they would interview him and talk to him, and he may not be the choice. But I just don't see him doing that. I see him going after somebody who's been a head coach before, and it's the Ron Rivers and Mike Vrabels and Cliff Kingsbury's and whoever else you want to name. I think it's going to be somebody like that they end up getting. And you're right, nothing is going to fire up this fan base as far as the coach goes with the coaches who are out there, or Mike McCarthy if they bring him back. Either way, that's just not going to excite the fan base. What would excite the fan base, the only thing possible before next season that would excite the fan base, well, there's two things. And one would be doing something in free agency, which Steven's already said that they're probably not going to do. And the second would be the draft pick. And I can think of at least one guy who actually ran for a Frisco high school and went on to Boise State and finished second in the Heisman race, who would excite this fan base, I think, a little bit. But other than that, I just don't see much that is going to excite this fan base between now and the start of next season.
Charean, I've got to ask you, and Ashton Genty, I think Cowboy fans would be thrilled if the Cowboys were to actually draft him. But I want to ask you about some of these injuries that I have a concern about. I want to get your thoughts. Trayvon Diggs now, another major injury for him. I think that could be a problem with him coming back and being the player that he was. And the other guy's Dak Prescott. We saw that with that first injury, it limited his mobility. And he's got another leg injury. And I'm just wondering your thoughts on him. Is there any concern in your mind with either one of those guys?
Oh, absolutely. I think anytime you have injuries like that, and I think they're a concern until they get back out there and show you that it's not a concern. I think with any player that's the case. So, yeah, I think there's definitely concern with both of those players moving forward, and the fact that you have so much money tied up in both of them. You need them both to play well for you when they get back, and Diggs isn't going to be back for the start of the season. So, it's going to be tough. But until you get them out there and see them play, you don't know. They don't know. The Cowboys don't know. You say you think that's going to be the case, but we've seen it with players. We see it with players every year. They're not the same after an injury. So it's a concern till they show you that it's not a concern.
Going to be an interesting, final 3 regular season games where they could go 0-3 over that stretch run, and then the wild off season is going to begin.
Yeah, and don't expect them to do much.
Mother football, Charean Williams. Yeah. Charean, always appreciate you jumping on.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Make sure you're following her on Twitter at NFL Charean. Read her at ProFootballTalk.com. Charean Williams and all our guests on the Buyers Barricades guest line, where they provide traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond online at buyersbarricades.com.
Boy, interesting stuff from Charean, and she sounds as frustrated as every other Cowboy fan when it comes to this team. And an interesting comment that she made, that is Jerry interested in winning, or is he happy just doing what he's doing and making money? I know he says he wants to win, but he certainly doesn't seem to show that unless things change dramatically in this offseason.
You know what I'm curious of? Hearing her say, and we'll get into it on the other side, he's in the Hall of Fame. He's won Super Bowls. What else is there for him to do?
Mm-hmm.
Step aside, let Steven run the show, and go sail your yacht and count your money. I mean, I hadn't thought about it in that way. What else is there for Jerry to prove other than he wants to win a Super Bowl that won't have a Jimmy Johnson fingerprint anywhere near it?
Yeah.
That's all he has left.
I think that's it.
But his actions, how much is that really motivating him?
Yeah, interesting stuff.
Yeah. Flogging Molly. Also interesting, an interesting
Sure
band.
is.
Coming to San Antonio March 9th at the Aztec Theater. You want to win a pair of tickets to go see Flogging Molly?
Woo!
The Road to Rebellion Tour, March 9th at the Aztec Theater. Be caller number 9, 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. Caller number 9. Those tickets will be yours. You know, this time of year when you got all this family coming in for the holidays, your plumbing gets overworked. More usage, more flushing than normal. You got any problems with your flusher? You call Quarter Moon Plumbing, Heating, and AC, 210-651-5899 because, well, they're experts at worst-case scenarios, and if you're calling them for plumbing issues, then it's probably worst case, at least in your world. They'll get you taken care of. They see it every day. They are full service, big job, small job, residential or commercial. Their service trucks fully stocked, and they have all the equipment needed for any job. No commission, sales reps. They'll provide estimates and second opinions, and they have a great experienced staff that has earned an A-plus ranking with the Better Business Bureau. And at Quarter Moon, they are green certified. Call them 210-651-5899, 651-5899, or online at quartermoonplumbing.com.
Ho, ho, ho! Santa is here! Bring your furry family members to Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit in Selma this Wednesday, December 18th, to get in the Christmas spirit. Snap adorable photos with Santa, meet our friendly staff, and learn about our top-notch daycare, boarding, and grooming services, and offer discounts for military teachers and first responders because you deserve it. While you're there, find out more about their sister vet center, Town & Country Vet. They've got everything from grooming to acupuncture, urgent care, routine surgeries, and now accepting walk-ins through the holiday season. Santa is waiting at Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuit in Selma.
You know the Roo Pub has proven to be the best place to watch any big game with those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around. Football, basketball, all the fights. And when you show up at the Roo Pub, show up hungry. The food is fantastic. Open daily at 11. Great for lunch, great for dinner, great for late at night, and certainly the best place to watch the game. Just down from the big blind, the Roo Pub, right next to the Angry Elephant. 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-694-1010. That's 1-800-694-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. 1-800-694-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine is excited to announce a partnership that is revolutionizing access to care for orthopedic patients. The HURT app provides free 24/7 access to orthopedic expertise. HURT is the app to have before you need it. Don't wait for an injury to happen. Download HURT now for free, fast virtual access to orthopedic specialists. The HURT app is available online in the App Store and Google Play. Learn more about the HURT app and the OrthoNow Injury Clinic at TSAOG.com.
If you haven't started celebrating Pixmas, you haven't started celebrating. Start today on Prize Picks because it's Pixmas time, and man, oh man, it's time for a shot at 1,000 times your cash. That's right, you got a shot for 1,000 times your cash. You can win up to 1,000 times your cash. Merry Pixmas! Head over to Prize Picks, use what you know, and win up to 1,000 times your cash. I can't say it enough. That's Prize Picks. Head over today, pick your favorites. Before you know it, you could win up to 1,000 times your money. It's so easy to play. You've been a fantasy player for years. Now put it to use. Prize Picks puts your knowledge to work. Just a couple of clicks away, you can win up to 1,000 times your money. Remember that code ALAMO for free money. That's Prize Picks. Head over today, join the millions, download the app, and win up to 1,000 times your money. Easy to do. Download the app today and use the code ALAMO. Prize Picks. Run your game.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job.
That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
San Antonio Sports Stars 50K Pro Football Pick'em giveaway is back. Head to USASportsStar.com and pick the winners of each pro football game every week to earn points for each correct pick. Highest points each week wins a $25 gift card to Mellow Mushroom. Highest points overall scores $1,000 worth of tickets from A Awesome Tickets. Pick the winning ticket of every regular season game. Win the grand prize, $50,000. This is an Audience National contest across multiple markets. The 50K Pro Football Giveaway. Register and win at SASportsStar.com.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1, a San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Hope traffic isn't too bad right now.
Yeah, I hope not either.
I got a friend of mine that just got screwed. Oh, my God.
That sucks.
This is comical, except unless you're Cam. My guy Cameron, he does work over at KSYM, SAC radio station, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
Our Alpha station in Topeka, Kansas, they've got a D2, D3 basketball team that's playing tonight in San Antonio, and they needed somebody to do the game. So, I connected Cam to be able to get this gig. And I saw on the emails, they said it was at the Northeast ISD gym, right?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Sure.
He gets over there. Game starts at 7, gets there at 5:30. It's about right.
Sure.
Yeah, apparently the game's at the Northside gym.
Oh, my goodness.
Dude is sweating bullets right now trying to get through. I hope traffic isn't bad.
Well, you know it's bad. It's 5:30.
I'm just saying, I hope he makes tip-off.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Let alone set up all the equipment.
The quickest way to get there from there.
There isn't one.
There's really
There's
not.
Yeah. That sucks.
That really does.
Woo.
Oh, my goodness. He'll get there before 6:30. Now, I don't know how much prepping is he just going to be able to slide in and everything's ready to go.
I mean, he's got to set up all the equipment.
Oh, he's got to set up the equipment.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
And he's got, I would assume, a pregame coaches interview. I would assume, he doesn't know anything. Well, I don't know what he knows about the team. Hopefully, they sent him a lot of prep work.
Wow.
But you talk about walking in, sweating bullets. Although apparently this team is ranked number 4 in the country at their level.
How about that?
Could be an interesting game.
Well,
but yeah, welcome to broadcasting world, Cam.
That happens, but I mean, my goodness, they tell him the wrong place. That's not good.
Yeah. Well, and again, because I saw on the initial email it said Northeast, and so he's texting me now with the WTFs, and it's like, well, don't stop driving, but can you call somebody? Like, did you get a number with somebody with the team, a coach, a trainer, something, making sure that where they are, somebody can drop you a pin? Because, yeah, dude, you are screwed. You're screwed.
Yeah, traffic's pretty bad right now, I would assume.
Yeah.
That's not good. Well, good luck.
Easy money, bro. Easy.
Good luck.
Lunch money. Barely. But,
wow.
Yeah. The times your early broadcasting days when you're trying to get stuff and get reps and do stuff and the hell that you go through. Because back when I started, we used to use cell phones and little things that you would connect your flip phone to. And obviously there were issues there. And sometimes it'd be phone lines. So, you'd pay the phone company to put a phone line in the booth. But if it wasn't turned on, there were 3 games that we did back in the day, 3 Smithson Valley games, as they get ready to play for another state championship this weekend, this Saturday at 11 a.m. I remember doing games on handheld phones.
Yeah.
Both of us would be on different phones, just talking on the phone, broadcasting a game.
Got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, but boy, those days sucked.
Dude, let me tell you, the worst, this was a long time ago. Dan Cook was still there, Chris Maru at Kins 5, and I was in Minnesota with the Spurs. They were playing the Timberwolves, and the game ended at about, 5 minutes to 10. And I had to we were trying to get sound and get it cut and all of that stuff. And I had an IFB in my ear so I could hear the station. And I was late for my hit.
Oh.
I could hear Maru and Cook in there. What the hell's he doing? Well, I'm like, oh, my gosh. They were killing me.
You cannot get cussed out by Chris Maru and Dan Cook.
You know what?
Albert Flores probably said, I get 3 more minutes. Cool.
Yeah, I was just like, you see your career flash before your eyes when those two big hitters are complaining because you're not there. But as it turns out, I owe both of those guys big time. So
yeah,
for my career. So
well, that's part of it. I mean, doing games like that. I mean, I remember one time before Lake Travis built the Taj Mahal press box, we were set up on the roof of their press box, and it was raining, and so we stopped and bought shower curtains to cover the equipment while we sat in the rain broadcasting the game.
Hey. It's not always the luxurious life that you think it is.
No. Different now. Cam will tell this story for the rest of his life.
Absolutely.
I hope you get on air before tip-off.
Hope he gets there, and I hope he just, kicks butt.
Yep, that's
Does a great job, and then he'll laugh about it once the game's over.
And just hope that you've gone over the name pronunciation.
Oh, that's funny.
Because you're not going to have time to visit with the coach beforehand.
Well, we can laugh.
And when you're in a little gym like that with nobody there, every player and coach will hear every word you're saying.
Every single one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, at least it's a nice place.
Yeah, don't screw up, man. Don't screw up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, Jerry, all the Micah talk, coach talk, all that stuff, he was funny as hell this morning on 105.3 The Fan. In fact, telling a story, he was asked by the boys. Now, Jerry's from Arkansas. So Xavier Leggett, all the talk about him eating raccoon, and everybody asked about it. So the boys on 105.3 The Fan asked Jerry Jones if he's ever eaten raccoon.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
Wow.
Yes. The answer is yes. And I've eaten it hunting. I've actually had it served by my mom at the table away from hunting. And I have eaten raccoon. And yes, it's not uncommon at all. I'll tell you something that is one of my favorites is squirrel. And it's wonderful, and my mother could do a great job of it. And we all had our favorite pieces, and my dad and sister, I have one sibling, a sister, and they would fight over, not fight, but my mom and I, they were just, my sister and I as far as siblings, my mom and I wouldn't even ask for the brain in a squirrel.
Oh, man.
And delicious, seriously.
Delicious, seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's horrible. I can't even imagine. Although, if I don't know that I'm eating it, I'll try anything. But you can't tell me what it is beforehand. Oh, that's a squirrel brain. Say, hey, Joe, try that. And I'm like, ooh, what is it? I'll try it.
Well, but you figure a squirrel brain's got to be like a little chicken nugget, right?
I mean, like even smaller than that, right? A squirrel doesn't have much of a brain, does it?
Some people might say that about you.
Well,
I mean,
this is true.
When you think about it.
I'm not arguing
now,
with
a guy that does have a big brain or a lot of knowledge in it is Dr. Christian Balldin, who's joining us on the Buyers Barricades guest line for our injury update powered by the Sports Institute at TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine, online at tsaog.com. So, Doc, we'll bring you into the conversation. Jerry Jones talking about eating raccoon, squirrels, and squirrel brain. Have you?
Out of those, I have not, actually.
Would you?
I think it's probably okay. I sure would if it's cooked appropriately. I think I don't have any problem with that.
Well, see, that's the problem, Doc. I mean, you never know until you bite into that thing whether it's cooked properly.
Well, you got to be in charge of cooking it, and then you make sure it's okay.
Or what's the weirdest thing that you eat that most people would freak out about?
Well, I think, I grew up in Sweden. So in Sweden during Christmas time, we eat a lot of strange stuff. Some of it is pickled herring, which, is not the favorite of most Americans. But it's just a tradition and something that we eat, and most people find it quite disgusting, to be honest with you.
I'm trying to think. I know I've never eaten it. I think I've seen it, and you're right. That's disgusting. Is that a tradition you have brought back and you celebrate here in the U.S.?
Absolutely, yeah. My brothers and my dad, we all have it during Christmas and enjoy it. Some are better than others, and there's actually some quite good pickled herring, but there's some that's very, very foul tasting as well. So you gotta make sure you make the right choice.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Herring, is that a bird or a fish or what? What is that?
It's a fish. It's a type of fish.
Okay. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
I'm not a fish guy anyway, Doc. So
now I thinking about like eating squirrel brain. For me, I just find that gross. As an orthopedic surgeon, a lot of your work, I think most people would, they're glad that you can do it, but they don't want to see it. So gross things don't gross you out.
I don't think so. I think it's all what you're used to, and like anything else, depending on whether it's something you do for a living or something you've grown up doing, if you're used to seeing it and doing it, then it's become second nature to you.
Absolutely. All right, Doc, let's get into something that you certainly know a lot about. Trayvon Diggs for the Dallas Cowboys out. He's going to have surgery on his left knee, but it's a little more complicated than that, I guess. But 8-month recovery. Fortunately, it wasn't the same knee he injured before. 8 months, is that about right?
Well, I haven't heard exactly what he injured, to be honest with you. Have you all heard anything? I've kind of heard a lot of different things thrown around, but nothing concrete.
There was some cartilage damage. I know that. Along with this ACL, it's not related to that. There's not a lot of info.
I read some of it was like cartilage repair and something else, and none of it made sense to me, which is why we ask you.
Yeah, so I think if it involves cartilage, it's going to be some type of cartilage restoration procedure. And I'll be honest, to come back from something like that and be 8 months is pretty tough. Most of the time, I would say it takes closer to 10 to 12 months. So we'll see, and a lot of that depends on how big is the area, where in the knee is that area located. Is there anything else that they're doing during that surgery? So cartilage restoration procedures are tough, and they can have really good results, but they can be really hard in regards to the rehab, and sometimes you don't necessarily have great new cartilage that forms or new what we call scar cartilage, and so. It really depends on where it is in the knee and, exactly how big the area is and what exactly they do to it. So 8 months sounds pretty quick to me.
Well, Doc, the story here says the articular cartilage. Does that help you?
You still need to know the location.
Gotcha.
Sure,
okay. All right.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of articulars in our cartilage in our knee?
Well, you have a lot of articulating cartilage. So all that, when you eat a chicken wing, you break open the joint, you see the glistening white surfaces.
Yep.
That's all articulating cartilage. That's hyaline cartilage. It's called type 2 hyaline cartilage, and that's really hard to recreate. And so when you injure that, that's a lot of times not great for any joint, whether it be in the knee or anywhere else.
That's why we have you on. The explanation like that, I think all of us can relate to exactly what you just said. Patrick Mahomes, the injury looked like it could have been devastating. They're saying a high ankle sprain, mild high ankle sprain. He was a full participant in practice today for the Kansas City Chiefs, although they just went through a light workout. They play Saturday against the Houston Texans with a high ankle sprain. I mean, we know he's tough. He can get the shot. He can do those kind of things. But obviously, if he does play Saturday, he would be extremely limited, right?
I would think so. He's a very loose-jointed individual when you see him kind of run around, and when he's been injured in the past, he had a knee patella dislocation a few years ago that he came back from remarkably fast. So I think he's just a unique individual. He's able to heal and come back from injuries that most people wouldn't come back from as fast. But even for him, I think only 1 week to come back from an involvement of the high ankle ligaments would be tough.
Would it make a difference because they play not only Saturday, Doc, but they come back and have to play on Wednesday? Would that little amount of time make a big difference in an injury like that?
I think every single day that you can get to do rehab on it and recoup from an injury like that is going to help you. So I do think even just, a couple of days makes a big difference.
And he said today that if he thought he was going to hurt the team, he would not play. How much of what we're seeing today from Patrick saying that he plans on playing, he was a full participant in a light walkthrough, is just gamesmanship, so the Texans have to spend time preparing for both Mahomes and Carson Wentz?
There's probably some to that, but I think he's been pretty honest most of the time with the media, and if he's out there even just participating, that tells me that he's feeling pretty darn good considering the injury. So we'll see. He's certainly surprised us in the past.
Doc, let me ask you about this. DeMarcus Lawrence, he suffered a Liz Frank injury in Week 4. The initial diagnosis there was 4 to 8 weeks recovery time, but he's still on injury reserve, no 21-day window. What does that tell you? Was it worse or is just not healing properly?
Probably not healing as well as they would like. Considering the seasons that the Cowboys are having, they're not in a great rush to bring him back, I would imagine, and so they want to make sure that he's fully healed so he doesn't come back in a fairly abysmal season like this and re-injure himself, and then he has to have surgery and potentially additional procedures to that ankle and foot, and be out for even potentially part of next year.
It's going to be interesting to see, and next year probably not with the Dallas Cowboys. Dr. Christian Balldin, always appreciate the knowledge and insight. One last question on your pickled herring. Do you ever bring that to the potluck there at the office?
I haven't. I don't think it would get picked very much. I think people would skip over that, so I haven't done that.
Always good to skip the pickled herring at a potluck. Doc, always appreciate the knowledge and the insight, my friend. Have a good Christmas.
Anytime. Merry Christmas, guys.
Appreciate it. The injury update powered by the Sports Institute at TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. They are online at tsaog.com. I'd be surprised. And here's the thing. I've got Patrick Mahomes on my fantasy team.
Yep.
It's playoff time. Second round of the playoffs. Even if he plays, I don't know if I should start him.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't know that I would. But I'm not playing you, so I can say that and not – so I don't have a problem because I don't care whether you win or lose, to be totally honest with you.
Well, I mean, obviously, but, Justin Herbert's the backup.
Well, they've got they play Thursday night, don't they, against Denver? Yeah,
I know. So it's both on a short week. Herbert's been dealing with a bit of an ankle as well.
Yeah.
Didn't play all that great against Tampa Bay. I do have Kirk Cousins, but good Lord, I'm not starting that guy. I don't even know why I haven't dropped him yet.
No kidding. Jeez. Hey, by the way, Doc Rivers just said Chris Middleton will not play tonight in this huge game for the Milwaukee Bucks.
Huge game.
Yep.
That you can listen to for the Cup later tonight here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. The Blitz live tomorrow at the Bluebonnet Bunk and Biscuit Doggy Daycare. We'll see you out there.
Absolutely. Hey, before we go, let me tell you about Connecticut Quality Water Softeners. Been talking about them because I love mine. I have one in my house, and it's a game changer. It really, truly is a game changer. I love it. I didn't, and I wasn't a big believer. I'll be honest with you, because I've had other water softeners. I thought, this is okay. But you put a Connecticut Quality Water Softener in your house, you are going to notice the difference, and you're going to notice it right away. And you notice it because it's the best in the business. It is the best that there is. And what I love about it is you don't plug it in. It doesn't run on water, but soft water is available to you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And right now, for a limited time, when you purchase a new Connecticut Quality Water Softener, you're going to get a reverse osmosis drinking station installed at your kitchen sink for free. So give them a call. Get the process started. 656-PURE, 656-7873, or ConnecticutSA.com. You know the jingle. Sing it with me. It's the last water softener you'll ever own. Call 656-PURE. Connecticut.
Riding I-10 with the Blitz. Afternoons 2 to 6. KTFM Floresville. And everywhere at sasportstar.com.
That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades at no upfront cost. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hello, my name is Jason Thompson. I'm an attorney here in San Antonio representing victims of negligent drivers. When it comes to insurance companies, I hate to state the obvious, but as consumers of insurance products, we as Texans have never had fewer rights than we do right now. Over the past 20 years, our rights as Texas insurance consumers have diminished every year. The insurance lobbyist over that 20 years has been very, very successful. The result? If you're on your own, you have no chance of a fair recovery without an experienced attorney. I was licensed to practice in 1994. Over the past 32 years, I have seen the insurance company's playbook develop. Delay, deny, depose. It's not just crime scene evidence. It's a very real approach most every insurance company takes in responding to the claims of traffic accident victims. Hire someone who knows the game. Hire somebody who wins. Hire me, Jason Thompson. My number is 210-900-0400. That's 210-900-0400. Or my website, alawyerforus.com.
Still scrambling for that perfect holiday gift? We've got you. Find the hottest must-haves at Ulta Beauty. Treat your loved ones to beauty faves from Sol de Janeiro and Tarte. Need something small? Little gifts that bring big joy from Clinique and Benefit, plus fragrance rollerballs make the perfect stocking stuffers. Or gift them exactly what they want with a gift card. Get all the best gifts, all at Ulta Beauty. Don't wait. Head in store today.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
America's Diamond has never sold lab-grown diamonds, and we warned our clients, friends, and neighbors that wholesale prices would crash to almost nothing. 2-carat GVS2 lab-grown diamonds are currently being traded at wholesale for $264, but some jewelers are still selling them online for $3,000 to $4,000. Repeat, wholesale $264, retail $3,000 to $4,000. Some retailers are selling 1-carat lab-grown diamonds for under $300, and others are giving them away for free with purchase. Lab-grown diamonds are very easy to detect with gemological equipment. Tens of millions of carats are produced in huge factories in China and India, using a tremendous amount of subsidized electricity supplied by coal-burning power plants. America's Diamond has only offered traditional, real, natural earth-grown diamonds that are rare, extremely beautiful, and have had real value for centuries. See our television program tonight on ABC KSAT 12 at 12:35 a.m. or right now at americasdiamond.com.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Nick DeLuca. A couple of QB changes for Week 16. Another could be in the works. Falcons head coach Raheem Morris non-committal about Kirk Cousins as the team starter for Sunday's game against the Falcons. Cousins snapped a 4-game losing streak last night, and the win over the Raiders was just 12 of 17 for 112 yards, has just 1 touchdown and 9 interceptions in his last 5 games. 8th overall pick, Michael Penix potentially in the mix to start. The Browns are set to start Dorian Thompson-Robinson against the Bengals on Sunday. Jameis Winston was benched late in the loss to the Chiefs. Was Winston's 3rd 3-interception game since taking over as starter in Week 8. DTR was 4 and 9 for 18 yards after taking over. Will be his 4th career start. Meanwhile, the Titans are benching Will Levis after the loss to the Bengals on Sunday. Was pulled after throwing 3 picks and committing 4 turnovers Mason Rudolph expected to start against the Colts. He's made 4 starts this season with 6 touchdowns and 5 picks. In baseball, the Yankees making another addition to their lineup, acquiring Cody Bellinger from the Cubs. For righty Cody Petit, the Cubs will cover $5 million of Bellinger's contract as part of the deal. Yankees expected to play him in center field. Bellinger hit .266 with 18 homers and 78 RBIs this past season. Former MVP with the Dodgers back in 2019. His dad, Clay, played for the Yankees from 1999 to 2001.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Canty. Coming up Wednesday, Clemson, Tennessee, SMU, or Indiana. I'll tell you which underdog will pull off a huge upset in round 1 of the CFP. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Miami, Florida. To Dallas, Texas.
I'm ready for it.
How about them Cowboys? To you. This is Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and on SiriusXM Channel 80.
The number 1 overall pick looked like a defeated man on the sidelines last night. Amber Wilson, Ian Fitzsimmons hanging out with you here on Amber and Ian. We are taking you up until 8 p.m. Eastern, which is when you're going to get NBA Cup title game action. That's tonight right here on ESPN Radio. Bucks versus Thunder coverage beginning, of course, at 8 p.m. sharp. Be a part of Amber and Ian Nation on the Dr. Pepper call-in line. Give us a call, 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. ESPN Nation is presented by Dr. Pepper. It ain't college football season without the delicious taste of an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. College football, it is a pepper thing. So the Bears, Ian, got worked by the Vikings last night, and Caleb Williams looked every part of it. He's hunched over on the bench. He looks like he's in severe pain. And any way you cut it, that dude looks defeated at this point.
Wouldn't you be?
Yeah.
The beating that he has taken this year, it is you're on 2 offensive coordinators, your second head coach. It is the absolute worst case scenario for the number 1 overall pick. And and you and I talked about this going back to last year. If you're the Bears, do you keep Matt Eberflus? When you have in hand the number 1 overall pick, you knew this whole thing played out in January.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the trade with Carolina and then moving up to get Bryce Young, you have the number 1 overall. You have it, bird in hand. What are you going to do? You're going to keep a head coach that you really may not feel that is the right guy, or you're going to buy him out and bring in a offensive mind knowing you're going to go and get what every NFL scout, Amber, I've told you this a million times. I'll talk to the same 4 scouts every single week coming into every college football game that I call here on ESPN Radio. Just gauging talent on the field and everything else. And all 4 of them, independent of one another, said Caleb Williams is a generational talent. The 3 of them said he is the closest thing we have seen to Andrew Luck to date coming out of college. And Andrew Luck graded out a 99 out of 100 on draft scales. And you're the Bears, and you keep Matt Eberflus, and this is what happens. Now you're on your interim head coach, 2 OCs. Man, Chicago, you have to get this right because you don't want to ruin this young man. Sam Darnold was close to being ruined by the Jets and Carolina. Went to quarterback rehab in San Fran. Now you're finally seeing the guy we saw at USC playing for Minnesota. Baker Mayfield, same thing, right?
But those guys moved to new system. Like, those guys had to find their fit, right?
Yeah.
Geno Smith had to find his fit.
Right.
They had to move around to find the success. That's not the situation you want for Caleb. You want Caleb to be able to develop there in Chicago.
You wanted him in the system, in place.
Right. Well, it's
right?
why
Yes,
it's why you use the number one
$1,000,000%
pick.
correct. So to watch him on the sideline last night, I mean, he got beaten to hell yet again. The 7-step drops, Amber. Come on, what are we doing?
It's been my problem with Caleb though since college. Like, I mean, that has been a problem for that quarterback. Honestly, it's part of the reason that I never really understood why everybody was like, "This is the
the 7-step drops
the
play
best
call.
college quarterback I've ever seen." Some of it's play calling, but I think some of it's him because he's a quarterback that has always gone far. He has always taken too much time behind the line. He always has. And so I think he starts dropping back even further. And frankly, I think he's scared of his O-line at this point, as he should be. He ain't got no protection. So he's like,
USC,
maybe if I take a 10-step drop back, they won't be able to get me.
Now it's to the point where, hey, you have to get this hire right. This is the biggest hire in the history of the Bears franchise. I said that a month and a half ago, and I'll say it again now. They have to get this right. Whether it's Ben Johnson or Mike Vrabel, who is more than happy to turn over the offensive side to Arthur Smith, who he hired as his OC, at Tennessee. I mean, Vrabel would be perfect in Chicago. If I'm the Bears, that's the route I'm going. But we'll see what happens.
Orlovsky, ESPN's NFL analyst, said something interesting today on the Pat McAfee show about Caleb.
Here's my concern about Caleb. He hasn't improved this year. He's the only quarterback as a rookie this season playing that hasn't improved and hasn't developed. All the other guys have. Jaden absolutely has. He's gotten better throughout the year. Drake May has gotten better throughout the year. Bo Nix unquestionably has gotten better throughout the year. And the stuff that has been the issue or the wart or the concern or question coming out of school is still very much so the concern. The playmaking, right? He's still a playmaker, and he's not enough of a quarterback right now.
Maybe if he takes 25 steps back, the pass rush won't be able to get to him.
Jaden Daniels, same OC, same head coach, right? Drake May, same OC, same head coach.
Well,
Bo
yeah.
Nix, same OC, same head coach. Caleb Williams, 2 OCs, 2 head coaches. Big difference.
That's fair. You do need continuity, but also I'm not sure if they had maintained Eberflus there and the play calling there. I'm not sure it would have gone any better the rest of the season.
They should have gotten rid of Matt Eberflus in January.
Oh, well, that's the same. We were both screaming that back then. So that I agree with. Let's get ready for some of the college football action, though. Let's talk about something fun. We've got home games in college football playoffs for the very first time ever, and Ian's got some advice. Let's get to it.
Bet till your hands bleed.
All right, here we go. 48-24-2 on the year, college and pro football. We're going to give you 3 plays before Christmas because Amber and I won't be here with you after tonight. So we're going to give you over tonight, West Virginia in the bowl game. West Virginia over 60 points in this game tonight. It kicks at 9 o'clock Eastern on ESPN. Then we're going to college football playoff, 2 games. Under 51, Notre Dame and Indiana. Expect a low-scoring game between these 2 Indiana schools. And then over 54, Penn State and SMU. I expect a high-scoring game in that bad boy. So 3 plays. Over tonight in the West Virginia game, 60 points. Under 51, Notre Dame, Indiana. And over 51, Penn State and SMU. 48-24-2 on the year. Bet till your hands bleed.
Speaking of SMU, we're up against it, so I'm not going to play the sound here, Ian, but I know you want to go off about this real quick because head coach Rhett Lashlee, he was complaining today, rightfully so, about the transfer portal.
This is the only sport in all of sports, amateur or professional, that has free agency during the playoffs. College football's transfer portal is going on during the playoffs. And Rhett Lashlee, rightfully so, pointed it out so perfectly. And that is, what other sport has this? We're playing for a title, and we have free agency going on where other schools are poaching our team, and we have to go and recruit the portal. It should not be happening, Amber, and it needs to change. It ain't that hard.
I do not envy the job right now of these college football coaches and everything that they have to juggle. Coming up next, we transition to the NFL. ESPN NFL analyst Dan Graziano joins us.
Today, the NBA Cup Championship takes center stage.
Well, our goal is not just to get to Vegas. We want to win this thing.
Giannis and the Milwaukee Bucks go head-to-head with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Oklahoma City Thunder. The NBA Cup Championship. Coverage begins today at 8 Eastern with tip-off at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ABC.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Colorectal cancer patients hear a million things when they are diagnosed.
At least it's a good cancer.
You're strong. You got this,
Just
girl.
stay positive.
You don't look sick.
Dad had cancer. You know, I saw a juice
I'm
cleanse that
So everything will be fine.
You'll beat this. You're tough.
What are you gonna do now?
And then there's what they really need to hear.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance are survivors and caregivers who have lived what you are going through.
Did you know that the Alliance has access to clinical trials, screening navigation, and treatment options?
The Buddy program helped me understand things in a way my doctors couldn't.
We are the largest nonprofit dedicated to ending colon and rectal cancers.
The Alliance is a guide along your path with cancer.
There is real hope.
Everyone over 45 needs to get screened. Everyone.
Learn about preventive screening and find support at colorectalcancer.org. Go to the Alliance. Go to colorectalcancer.org.
Prostate cancer screening is a simple blood test. It's a simple blood test. Get it done. Your family history of prostate cancer increases the risk for all the men in your family. It's a simple blood test. Get it done. Prostate cancer is most treatable when it's detected early. It's a simple blood test. Get it done. Men, it's your life. That's why it's so important to talk to your doctor about getting tested. If you want info on how to take action, the Prostate Cancer Foundation is here to help. For more than 30 years, PCF, a leader in scientific breakthroughs, has funded cutting-edge research that speeds new treatments into clinics, helping patients live longer with fewer complications. Go to pcf.org to learn more about prostate cancer and how you can advocate for yourself. Remember, it's your life, and it's a simple blood test. Get it done.
This is Jim Rome. Join me weekdays at noon, 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Amber and Ian is brought to you Graziano, ESPN NFL insider. Graz is kind enough to join us each and every week. Thanks as always, Graz. Let's start with the Chicago Bears because you saw the body language from Caleb Williams on the sidelines. He was very obviously defeated, Graz. First of all, were you surprised to see Caleb keeled over on the bench so publicly? And second of all, what do the Bears do from here?
Yeah, I wasn't surprised. He's getting hit pretty hard, so I think that's a big part of it. But look, it's been the kind of rookie year that you really don't want your number one overall pick to have to endure, right? Because of so much negative stuff. You know, you've lost an offensive coordinator, you've lost a head coach, you've lost obviously tons and tons of games, right? Like they haven't won since the Hail Mary when they were about to go 5-2. when it all unraveled. So the trick now is what the Bears have to do more than anything is make sure that the negativity from this rookie year doesn't, compound and build into ongoing negativity next year and beyond, because Caleb Williams has to be their future. They have to have gotten that pick right. And so whoever they bring in as head coach, as offensive coordinator, as quarterbacks, whoever they hire, it has to be geared toward making sure that they can take whatever he did well this year and build on it and try and, the negative stuff, the stuff that made him sort of look that way on the sideline last night is stuff that he can learn from and doesn't carry it forward with him. We've seen this go a number of different ways. I always say Peyton Manning still holds the record for interceptions by a rookie quarterback, and his career turned out just fine. So it can be done, but obviously the hirings that they make in the positions at the top of the organization in terms of leadership are going to be pivotal in making sure that his development takes a positive turn here as soon as possible.
Graz, 2 offensive coordinators and 2 different head coaches in your rookie season alone ain't good for the development of a rookie quarterback. So
it's not. There's no question about it. I mean, I'm not trying to spin it that way. The point is, what's done is done, right? I don't think he's going to retire. I think you have to move forward, and you have to figure out how best to get the most out of this guy that everybody still thinks highly of. I mean, he's got ability.
Look,
you saw it. Even last night, some of the throws he makes. Yeah,
I'm a Caleb guy. I mean, I hate it when people hike their leg on a rookie quarterback 4 games in. Oh, he's a bust. Shut that. Stop.
That's ridiculous.
Stop.
Yeah.
He's a rookie.
No doubt.
So, having said all of that, what if the Bears called Dan Graziano right now and said, "All right, everybody you've talked to, who's the guy? Is it Ben Johnson, who's never been a head coach, but is a remarkable offensive mind? Is it a Mike Vrabel, who is a defensive guy, but a remarkable head coach who will turn the OC over to whomever he hires?" What would you do?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of pressure, and teams get this wrong all the time, which is why 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of these positions come open every single year, right? So, yeah, look, if you do go the proven head coach route, let's say you go with Vrabel, right? You got to build an offensive staff. Vrabel had some good offensive coordinators in Tennessee. Matt LaFleur was there for a year, Arthur Smith. So, he can do it, but, you have to have that plan in place for the quarterback. But I think, even you can go that way even if you're not hiring a quarterback guy as your head coach, because, it's just as important that Caleb be in an organization that has a clear, articulated vision and plan for the future, and that's where the head coach sets the tone. Sean McVay is not a successful head coach just because he knows how to call and design an offensive game plan. He's a successful head coach because he got there at age 30, by the way, and took over the building. His voice has been the dominant one there, the one that, that everybody gravitates to, that sets the tone for the organization, and everything flows from him. And that's what you're hoping to find. You're hoping to find your Sean McVay, your Andy Reid, your John Harbaugh, right? And it's tough because if you do hire somebody like a Ben Johnson who's never done it before, you're taking a chance. Can he be that guy? Sometimes you get it right, sometimes you don't. But if they get this one wrong, oh boy, that's going to be a tough one to recover from.
Dan Graziano joining us here on Amber and Ian. I mentioned we are hopping off air a little bit early tonight. We are making room for the NBA Cup title game tonight, right here on ESPN Radio. Bucks versus Thunder coverage begins at 8 p.m. Eastern. But let's stick with the NFL here, Graz. The Detroit Lions, so many injuries, I'm losing count. I think today they've got 19 players right now on IR. In Graz's opinion, because obviously we know statistically the NFC North, of course, is up for grabs. But in your opinion, is it truly up for grabs? Are these Detroit injuries insurmountable?
They're not insurmountable. The division can still go to the Vikings because they play each other in Week 18. The Vikings are playing very well and are a good team that shouldn't be taken lightly. Not just because the Detroit Lions are banged up. I think the Detroit Lions, given their talent level, given their offense, given their coaching, have the ability to still pull this off. It's just going to be much harder. You go back a couple months, you would have put the Detroit Lions way ahead of everybody in the NFC because of the way they were playing, the way they were beating people. Now they've come back to the pack, and I think they're going to have to scratch and claw for it. You heard that Dan Campbell interview today. He's ready. He's got them in the right frame of mind. The question is, especially on defense, do they have the personnel to pull it off? And that's something we're all going to find out. But yeah, they're going to have to fight off the Vikings. I guess the Packers are still in that mix. They're a little further back. And then, of course, get past the Eagles. Even the lesser sort of division leaders, right, the Rams and the Buccaneers that don't have the same record these other teams do, are playing offense at a very high level. So if you're the Lions, you got to gear yourself up for winning some playoff games 42-38 because that's going to be your option right now with the way your defense is.
If you're Kansas City, and I said this last night, I'm not putting him back out there, meaning Patrick Mahomes, until he's at least 75% with that high ankle sprain. If it's 2 weeks, so be it. If we lose home field in the bye, so be it, because you ain't got a shot without Mahomes at quarterback. What are you hearing about the severity of that high ankle sprain, and what would you do if you're Kansas City?
Listed as a full participant in today's practice was Patrick Mahomes. So, they didn't do a ton in practice today. They have a light day today. They have a light day tomorrow, light week overall because, they got the Saturday game and then the Wednesday game. So, look, I think if he can play, he's going to play. They've done this before in the playoffs. They've gotten him turned around in a week. He can do it. The Chiefs do need that bye and that home field. I mean, if you think about their biggest problem right now is pass protection. You want to take that pass protection on the road with you in the playoffs where other teams' fans are loud and can cause the offense problems. I think it's important. If he can play, he's going to play. Their training staff there with Rick Burkhalter in charge, they have the ability to get him ready in a short period of time. They've proven that. And they're going to try and do it again. I don't think they would. I think if he can't go, right, if he's not healthy enough to play, they'll sit him. But I do not get the impression that they plan to sit him just to do it, right, just to make sure he's as good as possible come the playoffs. I think these are important games for them, and they're going to treat them as such.
Dan Graziano joining us. Graz, Raheem Morris, the head coach of the Falcons, he had a Zoom press conference today. And, of course, during it, he was asked, is Kirk Cousins going to remain being your starter? And he was really non-committal for the first time. He declined to answer the question, obviously leaving the door open there potentially for Michael Penix Jr. I mean, how much should we be reading into that?
A fair bit. I mean, throughout the entire season, even as Cousins has struggled, the Falcons have been steadfast that he's the guy for this year. And Penix is the guy for the future. Part of it is they don't want to put Penix in too early and mess him up, right? So I think overwhelmingly you have to think the likelihood is that Cousins remains the starter for the rest of the year, at least until they're eliminated. But the fact that Morris is less definitive this week is not nothing. It indicates that they certainly thought Cousins would have played better by now and that they recognize their season is in trouble as a result of that not happening. So that'd be interesting to see. I still would say they go with Cousins. But the fact that he's not answering that question as definitively this week as he did last week is something to watch for sure.
What the hell did you do to your back?
Oh, I made the terrible mistake of getting into my car on Friday morning. That's what set my back off. So,
you really got to be more careful,
dude. You got really dangerous stuff. Yeah,
Gross, you got to make something up,
man. It's like once you do this, it's more liable to happen again, and so. I did it about 20 years ago, and then periodically it'll happen, and you just got to work through it. Time and rest and no sudden movements. No sudden movements is the key.
You kill me.
You've got to come up with a story about wrestling a bear or something.
I know, right? I got well, how'd you hurt your back? Well, I turned 52, and then the rest is that's how it goes. But hey. We march on. It's week 16. There's no time.
There's no time.
Patrick Mahomes, man.
Yes.
I can't sit down.
We are not putting Graziano on the IR. You are active to play. Thanks, Dan. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
That guy. I mean, are you kidding me? Getting
in
into his car. Amber, come.
I know.
You were right. Make up a story. You wrestled a small bear.
You have to be.
Paul Bryant actually didn't make it up. He actually wrestled the bear, and that's where the nickname Paul Bear Bryant came from. Graz, we could be calling you Dan Bear Graziano. Doesn't really, no,
not the same. Not the same. College football playoffs. That action is headed our way. The first round, Friday, right here on ESPN Radio. Indiana at Notre Dame. It is the Battle of Indiana. Coverage at 7:30 p.m. Eastern.
You went movie voice.
I think they haven't played in I don't have it in front of me. I think it's 33 years somehow that those two teams haven't played. College football playoffs first round Saturday triple header on ESPN Radio. SMU at Penn State, Clemson at Texas, Tennessee at Ohio State. Coverage begins at noon Eastern right here on ESPN Radio. The NBA is on ESPN Radio. You tune into the NBA Cup. That coverage is at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight right here. Amber and Ian's presented by Progressive. Progressive is helping to drive veterans' lives forward through their Keys to Progress program. And speaking of vets, you've got a special treat for us coming up next.
Yeah, Gary Sinise, the actor, Lieutenant Dan, been in of Mice and Men, Apollo 13, The Green Mile, you name it. I mean, it would take longer might take less time to go over the accolades of all the Emmys, Oscars, you name it, and then the humanitarian awards, which he received the highest of, has done something for the longest time that I don't think enough people know about, and that is taking care of our fallen heroes' children. Get ready, folks. Gary Sinise coming up next to let you know what he does at Christmas to give back to our fallen heroes right here on ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Cannon. Coming up Wednesday, Sam Darnold and Kevin O'Connell have the Vikings rolling. So are they the new Sean McVay and Matt Stafford? It's unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while